Bacon. What, oh friend? Hello, hello. The repeated fire alarm tests from across the road seem to have come to a close. So I don't have to worry about punctuating every story with beep, beep, fire, fire, beep, beep. Nobody get along. It's a bad one. Okay. Sorry, that fly has been going past my eye line for quite some time today. I apologise for the clap, but little Mother Hubbard had to just... Joss and Amos, how are you doing? What ho and welcome, friends! Yell weekly to the heavens. I have a very funny story for you, and I think I know what we're going to be playing today, because I've got the rest of the week locked in, and the schedule will be going up either whilst we're having a natter, friends, or it'll go up like after stream today. Kimble, a good evening to you. Hello, hello. Well, so on the question of what is strapped to railroad tracks, what is carrying us into Chaos Tuesday, probably not what you're expecting, but I looked at a lot of titles. I actually gave some serious consideration to spending the day on Sniper Elite, but I don't know, like doing like realistic grizzly war games, even when killing fascists.
Reactor online. Systems online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I got an Activision recruitment email lol.
Oh, you should have some fun with that one, friend. That's a whole ass YouTube video in the making. Yeah, Lizzie, stupid Discord break-in. But okay, sorry. Ben, thank you for 41 months, friend, and I'm looking forward to seeing you. If you're wondering why I didn't respond, I'll wait till everybody gets in before I tell my stories, because it is very entertaining. And it wasn't entertaining for me, but it's going to be entertaining for you. Van Beast, House Orders representative, what ho, friends? Hello, hello. But yeah, for those, Discord did go down this morning, and I think Spotify as well. So only one thing of value was lost. But it did remind me that like our whole little like internet squad, we just live on Discord, and waking up and not being able to go, all in all, did me a damage. Honestly, it's such a small thing, but it was a tip we got from an indie friendo who was running a studio remote. I think initially out of South Africa, but with staff members like in Europe and in the UK and everything like that. Well, Aaron, or should I say, Swivel Master. I better bring the thunder then, otherwise you're going to think I'm a right hack. Good morning, Watto, and welcome. What I tend to do, Aaron, is just chat with all these lovely Mother Hubbards for about an hour. Usually about like industry type conversations. Although this morning again, I have a wonderful story for you all. And the game we're going to be playing today is Aspire. I want to say Ina's Tale? Ina's Tale? No, it's definitely Ina. Ina is a little too belter loader. Square Peg, good morning. What's up, friend? I'm sorry, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass, friend. Cheers to you. Though the irony that the Discord alert has successfully played on Discord now. I guess we're back up and running. Oh, anyway, hello and good morning to you all. How are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? We'll be plugging this throughout the day. Although it has already done $1.4 million. But there is an itch.io bundle. I believe the full title is Bundle for Ukraine. And to Nene-chan, watto and welcome. Now, I checked the charities on this one, and they're both non-war support charities, which is fucking good. And even if you look at this bundle like a complete mercenary, the amount of incredible games on there is entirely worth it. Like, the minimum is $10, and it's got Skatebird, Wondersong, Lucifer Within Us, and a PDF version of the exceptional tabletop adventure Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Now, if you haven't heard of it, I want you to capture in your mind the snapshot of a tabletop role-playing system called Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I want you to take a snapshot of what you imagine that to be, because it's more glorious than that. Now, there's also like Super Hot, Sundered's in there. There are a few other bangers. Barbara Is You, Short Hike. If somehow you don't have a copy of Read-Only Memories, time to change that. Same with Celeste. I can't imagine any of us don't have Celeste yet, but... Oh, Trazini? What ho, friend? Hello, hello. The coffee is healing. And Ehrman, hello, hello. Good morning. What ho, one and all. So, do we want to just call a general wizard veto on the Elden Ring UI UX arguments of the weekend? Because never have I seen so many people express an opinion with nothing useful or actionable to come out of it. Like, I just gave up on social media over the weekend. It warms my heart to see both users and the games industry all embracing Elden Ring right now. Because Elden Ring's philosophies are so its own. They're so different. And when you compare them to a lot of the other big launch AAA offerings we get, it's... Ben, I could not agree more. But yeah, I'm enjoying that people are getting to throw themselves into this bizarre, weird, sometimes esoteric title. Because a lot of the time, what we're seeing from a large number of our industry peers or from our commenters is they're not experiencing a large proportion of games. So for this one, this is a real jarring experience. Now, I do not believe that you need to play games like I do to work in video games. I'm obsessed with the medium. Like, friends, even when I was working, like, crunch tier overtime, I was still coming back home and playing weird video games. So, like, that's just part of my core. But it does mean that when people argue and argue with authority, without understanding how far the medium has actually come, kind of smacks of like, ugh, just children, shush. Go sit in the corner, or I will make you play Cruelty Squad for 10 hours, and then you can give me something to whinge about. So yeah, I think we're all in agreement we can do just an Elden Ring UI UX free conversation day. I mean, Nene-chan, also same. Mostly because I don't have a lot of time to dedicate to playing games off stream. And the kind of things I am playing are things I either need to pick up or put down. So we'll do what we did with Hades, perhaps.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What ho, Viking 64 friendo.
It's a Dory Quilla, good morning to you. How many months is that? That's 20 months! Fucking yo! Dory, thank you kindly. Also, very quickly, Ben, as I was starting to say thank you for yours.
Sensors online, weapons
GDC
online,
is coming.
all systems nominal.
37 months. What I missed in playing Tarkov.
You know what, Johnny? It's been a roller coaster. I've got some stories. And Orchazini, that sounds lovely. Like, focusing on a co-op playthrough with friendos sounds great. Amos was like, if you're going to make them play Cruelty Squad, at least put down a tarp or leave them a bucket. No. They will learn their shame. Their sticky, fiscal shame. Also, I don't want to stray too far into this topic because I don't want to come across as a raging cockwomble. I was thinking a lot about this, like Saturday after stream and stuff like that, which is, well, I guess, no, Sunday. Okay. We're going to be talking a lot about this week. So I sat down and I watched H-Bomber Guy's 3.5 hour deconstruct about Mass Effect Human Revolution. And if you have not worked in the games industry, it's a great video and I highly recommend it. If you have worked at a AAA developer, that video is going to do you a damage. Because it has all the information, but with no one to translate it. And I promise this brings back around to... Did I say Mass Effect Human Revolution? Feck me running. I meant to say Deus Ex Human Revolution. Oh, Kestrel, Watto friend. I was about to get into the conversations about AAA video games and a few of the philosophies behind, because we're going to spend a day on this on Thursday. Now, here on the Longship as a group, our goal is more to look into the art and craft of games, to support the beautiful parts of games and bring them forth, share them with as many people as possible. I love the games industry. It's not perfect by any means, but fuck it, I love it. However, Kestrel's like, wait, our goal is to eat the rich. Look, we're gonna do something while we're waiting for things to heat up. So what we're going to do this week, which is slightly different, is we are going to be playing the 2014 reboot of Thief. Now this is not a good game, but it is a well-made game. And I really, really, really want to spend a day unpacking it so we can start understanding a larger portion of the conversations that are going on at the moment. See, when you reach a studio of a certain size, the amount of risk you have to mitigate to avoid bankrupting the company is quite high. And this tends to come down on people falling back on design tropes or design philosophies, or like video game creation setups that follow a previously existing pattern as a ways of guaranteeing a certain amount of success, which has led to a large amount of homogenization in the AAA space. Like, as games get more expensive, they have to reduce the amount of risk with each game they make. And the problem is that kind of internalized, studio internal philosophy leads to decreasing quality. The thing that I really, really, really want to get into is how, due to a lack of ability to articulate, and due to usually a management structure based around a very, very limited games literacy, you do end up with these homogenized choices. Now, we'll get more into this on Thief. I got a whole bunch. For those of you who don't know, so the Thief series was, I want to say it was Looking Glass? And it was one of the OG contenders for a small blip of titles that referred to themselves as immersive sims. It was a stealth 'em up, like gritty, medieval into steampunk kind of series, and it was rad. Now, it shit people up sideways. Sorry, there's no more pleasant way of putting it. Guess it was like AAA, homogenized. I hadn't noticed. Yo, that's why I was so in love with Deathloop. Like, it's just a AAA game that is so fresh, so fresh. Anyway. For those of you who hadn't encountered it, the Thief series rose to critical acclaim because it was brutal. Like, you had a first-person sword fighting mechanic, although the primary amount of the game was avoiding being seen using arrows from the shadows, with a myriad of different, like, tips and whatnot. You could get into sword fights with guards, but fighting more than one guard at a time was pretty much, that's game over. So it really aggressively pushed you into sneaking and avoiding combat. And it was rebooted by, I want to say it was Eidos Montreal. And it it is very AAA. But the reason why I want to go into it is because the amount of like assets and thought that goes into the art and philosophy of it, you can see where there was a time where that game was going to be a lot more different, and then was kind of slowly moved into like sanding off the edges. And Swivel was saying that Arcane can do that because Skyrim prints money. That's very true. And like they got to do Deathloop because Prey broke face. I mean, Prey was a new IP in all but name. None of you need me to tell you this. And I'm saying very obvious things right now. Oh yes. And immersive sims are considered too risky. I mean, they're bloody expensive to make. I also, with the move to first person becoming one of the most predominant genres that we have, like the immersive sim philosophy has been moved into a lot of different spaces alongside what would be considered an immersive sim now. Swivel, by my understanding, Prey didn't have a big super launch, but it continued to sell gangbusters. Like, Prey's been one of those like background radiation games that never really get talked about, as I'm sure you know. Sorry, friends. One of the great things about video games is that they cost nothing to store, and they can keep selling after you've made them. A lot of companies like Paradox, for example, that sell strategy games, they don't see massive day one sales, but they keep selling, Like, Europa Universalis is still selling. Stellaris is still selling. And that's even without, like, DLCs on top to engage with existing customers. The big flashy AAA stuff tend to have, like, a big explosion and then nothing. But by my understanding, like, Prey was given... Prey Nouveau, I should say. Oh, Kestrel, Kindle, thank you for letting me know. My apologies. But yeah, to my understanding with Prey, is that it sold good, not great, but it just kept shifting copies after that. Which makes sense because a lot of people were very, very confused by the naming convention and, its association to Prey 2, which had been very, very hyped and then just quietly murdered in a back alley. So... Swivel says they want to make an immersive
Reactor
sim someday.
online.
Well,
Sensors online. Weapons online. All
floor.
systems nominal.
What ho! It's that time of month again.
Heck yeah, it is. And Rafe, thank you for 41 months. That's fucking cool of you. XD Johnny XP and Daria, I hope I said thank you for massive long sub sprees. And Captain Stephanie Barnes, what ho! We're talking about immersive sim games. And I was just going to dig up... God, when did we play it? Before Christmas. Okay, there's Tales of Iron, Fortunate Spatureman, Behind the Frame. I promise this will be worth it, Aaron. Swivel. God darn it. The problem when I know someone's person name and user handle, it just... end up having like a little Beyblade battle in my brain. No, not too far. Well, see, here's the interesting thing: is like there are big simulation games that are immersive now, which don't get the immersive sim tag. The immersive sim tag, despite being what seems like a very direct descriptor, is a microcosm of a, if you can call it a genre. It seems to be, you know, the Deus Ex Thief space and all that were inspired directly by those. It's such a strange quirk. Okay, Swivel, at this point, I need to find this for me. So, did we play it in December? We did not. Alright, did we play it in November? October? Is me... Jesus, September? Must have been September. It can't have been earlier than that. So the reason why I am... Here we go. Both. This is a game that we streamed a little while back called Through the Fragmentation. And it is how to do immersive sim on a budget.
Bring back Code G System Shock UI.
Yeah, right? Like, I promise we're not getting into the Elden Ring UI conversation, but I'm there on Twitter scrolling being like, some of y'all didn't play the original System Shock, and it shows. God. And then I started sharing pictures of games with just weird, like, UI setups. My favorite being Ace of Seafood, because you control a fish like an Armored Core style jet fighter. And it's so ridiculous. But yeah, I'm so happy that we got Deathloop because it was just such a big budget piece of freshness, and oh God, just I don't know how one would be able to do it, but I could legit had a bunch more content added to Deathloop, and I would have loved it. Swivel says 90s DOS games had some of the wildest UI. I kind of missed that. Yo, I'll see 90s DOS games and I'll raise you like first to second wave CD-ROM games. Like, feckin' yo. Where it wasn't so much a case of like how much UI can we strip away. It's like how much UI can we fit on the screen so we have as little like full motion video as possible. Love it. Alnus is like, if you're going to make me spend 2 hours doing character customization, then put it all under a tin pot helmet. You put my face on screen, Doom style. Yeah, so you can see your character's frustration at the same time. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 5 still wins. You do character creation, and then before you get your face, the doctor who was going to sort it for you is immediately murdered. I spent so long fecking around, making my character, and then, boof. Anyway. So, I guess most people are here, so you get to hear... so, why wasn't the schedule posted last night? Why are you only finding about today's game now? Well, I had a very bad day yesterday. I mean, Sunday was lovely. Had coffee with friendos, went for a long walk. Although, again, the dog life is real. We decided to walk to a place... only to find out that it was absolutely no dogs allowed despite being outside. And then so we just trundled back, fueled by coffee and hangovers. Also, and to those that did drink and hang out with me on Saturday night, I hope I wasn't too drunk in Discord, But thank you for hanging out and drinking with me. I really needed that. Like, really. You all don't know how much good you did. For those of you who missed it, we just stayed up and played Storybook Brawl. So, yesterday I had a bad day. I couldn't tell you the long and short of it, like what made yesterday bad, but aside from like a round table thing with Sober, the whole day I just... Oh.
I still have a soft spot for those combo FMV/CGI games. Especially those featuring the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space.
Spice! Tim Curry, you're a treasure. You know, there's a part of me that still misses the FMV intros. Like, for me, the gold standard is still Mech Commander. Because the guy is playing the game by leading the team of mechs around the planet. So it's this disambiguation, the idea that it's not that you're playing a pixel art top-down mech strategy game. Nah, you're looking at a mech commander's UI and telling them where to go, which I fucking love. Anyway. Yeah, so bad days happen. It was one of those days where I was like, felt like I was like on the cusp of just having a panic breakdown mode. What a coffee for a wheel.
Yeah, my body was like, no coffee.
No coffee today, okay. I'll make sure it goes to a very good home. That home is me. Like, I won't say there haven't been things to not... Oh, Kestrel says hi! I won't say there aren't things to stress about. There are lots of things to stress about. But usually I'm pretty good at keeping my mental well-being at least sturdy. But friends, for some reason, I could not shake this feeling that I was like a gnat's tit away from having just a full-on, like, panicky breakdown. So I tried a bunch of things. Nothing was really working. So I decided to have an edible. As being in Washington State, the devil's lettuce is legal. However, while...
All
not
hail
cold.
the queen of the longship cult.
Like, friends, I'm not taking Fiona's cult. I didn't finish the sentence, so it doesn't count. I'm not taking Fiona's queen title away. I'm just reminded that it was gained because I left you all alone for 2 seconds at a Target or a Walgreens or something. I didn't say it! Doesn't count! So, sorry, and Shackle and Bacon Avenger, thank you so much for the bits, friend. Like, fucking seriously. So, I decide I'm gonna scoff an edible because that's gonna calm me down. It's gonna take the edge off of this feeling of abject panic, which is just building to what will probably be a very messy crescendo. However, I had not eaten enough yesterday. I'd had a little Sarnie at some point, but I've been helping Fiona renovate the guinea pig's little space. So Fiona's currently working to give the more space, so the boys have now been integrated, but in a much larger pen. And the girls are in about the same space, but with a little bit of a rejig. So, I have an edible. And I'm starting on working on things, and I'm working on things. And then I realise that the YouTube video that I'm watching is too stressful for me. So I go and have a sit down on the couch, which turns into a lie down on the couch, and I am high as balls. At one point, I started hearing people talking outside. I thought it was the guinea pigs having a chat. I was fucking gone. I waddled out of the area, and Fiona looks at me and just laughs, because obviously it's all over my face. So yeah, Fiona made me some cheese on toast and some gyoza, and brought me some stuff, and I just had to ride it out. Now, luckily, Fiona is very experienced in the devil's lettuce. So I took some CBD at the same time, which meant that I wasn't, because what I felt previously was high as balls, but also with that bubbling underlying of panicky stress, because obviously my body's trying to fight against it. And Fiona's like, nah, you're gonna have to lean into it. This is your life now. You gotta ride it out. So I did. But it took hours. I was fucking gone. I kept being convinced that I had a blanket over me when I didn't. Like, so that is why the schedule was late. I wrote down all that I wanted to do this week, and it was as I was trying to post it, and I'm just like, I'm too high for YouTube. I can't listen to this. This is stressing me out. So I put some terrible, cheesy history drama on. Oh yeah, once I gained control of my senses again, I put just shite on Netflix on the telly. I just ended up scrolling TikTok for probably like 3 hours. Yeah, schedule was late because Will got high. Thank you for reminding me of that post-2000s iconic track, Because I Got High. Will's lettuce-induced journey. That is a very good title for a book. And Varbles, hello. So yeah, I do apologise that the schedule wasn't up, and I can tell you what we've got going on this week. Plus, I need to add an event for the Kingdom draft for next Saturday, for those of you that want to join for the Gundam Build Challenge. Okay, so this week, today I have a gorgeous platformer. We're going to be playing Aspire, Ina's Tale, I should say, because I just wanted to play something really beautiful and really calm. I was considering spending the day on Sniper Elite 4, but I don't know. I couldn't face like the shooting a person's teeth through the back of their face moments, you know. Tomorrow's Hades. Now Thursday we're doing something special. Thursday we're going to be playing the 2014 reboot of Thief, or The Forum, if you've ever watched Zero Punctuation. And we're going to be deconstructing. Yeah, Catastros, there's a time and a space for sniping. This isn't that time. So okay, so Kaimel's in Manchester but wants to take part. Okay, so one of the things that Tobias suggested, which I am going to be going for, is we're going to be doing a draft. So, Kaimel, we could have someone draft for you. That's entirely okay. But it is going to be a draft. The idea being is we're going to list all the games companies and game studios that will be taking part for G3. And then you get to draw your company that you will be representing. So the idea is like, you're almost choosing to be the mech pilot of these different games companies. For those of you that haven't heard this before, because E3's, let's be honest, E3's dead. We need a new way to decide who wins the games industry. Because without E3, how can we decide winners and losers? Without the fictitious sport of E3 Bowl, who is truly the ruler of the games industry? We need to decide this. So, we will be hosting the G3 tournament. It is a little model building challenge where, for those who want to take part, you will be assigned, but you'll be able to pick a games company, and then you have to make a little tiny, a 1:4:4 scale Gundam model based around that company. Then we'll bring them all together around about E3 time and have ourselves a bloody good one. And book what, ho friend? Well, and sorry, Wraith, jumping back in. So, The Forum is a bad game, but it is not a badly crafted game. And that's one of the things I want to get into, because... Sorry, jumping back before a lot of you got in. I was talking about H-Bomber Guy's 3.5 hour epic deconstructing Deus Ex Human Revolution. And it is a hard video to watch. Not because it's necessarily
Reactor
wrong.
online.
Oh,
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Today's my youngest's 4-year-old birthday. I'm getting some ice cream tonight.
Look at you. Ice cream sounds adorable. And Quasi, for all that you do and for 40 months. Thank you kindly. Oh, and so Nene-chan, you can pick up a $7 to $8 starter kit and then just paint it however you want. This isn't a super hardcore thing. This is not a, my word, I can't believe you didn't use the super Gundam paints. How dare you? It's just kind of a fun craft challenge for us all. I think it'll be entertaining. Oh yes, and Quasi, absolutely happy birthday to you, Lilith. But yeah, so jumping back. The H-Bomber Guy video is very difficult to watch if you've been in the games industry because he takes elements from the GDC talk and from pre-release interviews, and his deconstruction of the game from a user's perspective is spot on, but how he translates developer speak into action makes me go, oh, because he's so close but wrong. And it's not like the sentiment is necessarily incorrect. It's just, yeah, it was just very, very difficult to watch. But the reason I stuck with the whole thing is I really wanted to get a sense of where that person was coming from. Because if you haven't seen H-Bomber Guy's videos, they vary in quality. When they're good, they're the toppest of top tier. When they're bad, they're just kind of punching down a little. But I realised that I spent so much time with all of you lot and with industry friendos, or just people who are well versed in the construction and craft of video games, that I've gotten almost complacent when it comes to conversation. There's so much shared knowledge that we all have that we just know. And so I thought it was important to kind of jump back and experience an eloquent user perspective. And that's a user that has done the research. Do you know what I mean? Swirl says, what do you think was wrong about it? I mean, aside from praising Deus Ex Invisible War as being a good game and not also a messy, like, overly AAA produced follow-up to Deus Ex, for a lot of the time it was just how he was interpreting the developer interviews and developer GDC talks and then taking them through. The biggest thing you can see, and one of the things I want to get into on Sunday. We took Thursday and Sunday and went, fuck it, smashed them together. Oh, fuck me running. On Thursday, one of the things I want to use the Thief game to illustrate is when a development team makes choices and later on throughout development, those choices are tweaked either due to budgetary constraints or due to management philosophies. So, like, I mean, the overarching theme is that the video acknowledges that the company was going through multiple changes, and then later on criticizes the title for some very obvious simplistic changes or simplistic choices within the title. And it's the thing I want to be like is, no, these are the same problem. The fact that they went through multiple management changes meant that features that were midway through development had to have very janky solutions. So things like the Icarus landing system, for example, you know, the bit in Human Revolution, it's a power you unlock that means you don't take fall damage. Well, okay, in Human Revolution, it is a power you unlock that allows you to traverse certain areas without dying. Whereas in the original Deus Ex, you got a canister that allowed you to land from any height. And it's just... Oh.
Humble is running a Capcom Build Your Own bundle, listed as Capcom Biob. I read it at first as Capcom Buy something blob. I was briefly very confused and excited.
Alright, let's go check it out. And sorry, and Favor 6, thank you, Carney, for the 100. Sorry, I was mid-natter. Shackle, thank you for the 200, friend. Oh, Shackle, is it currently a... I'm not seeing it over here. Curious. Is it, humble choice, perhaps? Curious. Sorry, I didn't mean to get distracted. Also, again, friendos, if you haven't seen it, itch.io's bundle for Ukraine is up, and I think it's absolutely worth supporting. They've already made like $1.5 million in charity raised. Huh. That's so wild. Shackle, I couldn't see that on Humble's store at all, so thank you for linking that to me. Also, there are some bangers in here. Notice they're not selling Lost Planet 2, because it doesn't work. And boy, charging $11 for Umbrella Corps is brave. But, yeah, for Bionic Commando Rearmed, Dragon's Dogma, Res Evil Revelations, which gets skipped a lot. Oh, and Resi 3 as well. Street Fighter Ultra 4. I'm back when Street Fighter last breath had been good. Oh yeah, so Swivel. My criticism wasn't of H Bomber Guy's production. It was absolutely the... He doesn't know. Oh.
Humble store purchase made for $49.99.
Whoever that was, thank you for picking up a very expensive game on Humble. It all goes to keeping my dumb ass alive, so I'm very grateful. But no, Swivel, I wholeheartedly agree, and it's one of those that we don't know specifically what changes were managerial, budgetary, or what have you, but from having spent time in the industry, we can extrapolate, you know? Especially when it comes to the late game unlockables that have very, very specific uses. Or another one that's discussed a lot in the video is late game weapons with special functions that you only get to use for the last couple levels. Oh, and Quasi, no worry. Like, it's a great bundle for a good cause. I checked out the charities, they're both legit and non-military, which is important to myself. So that's why I'm giving it my full support. And Asaria, good morning to you, Watto friend. I am enjoying Sea of Thieves, and on the 10th, the new Sea of Thieves content drops, so we'll be able to take on spooky ghost fortresses. It's going to be real cool. I did see you all intermittently playing Sea of Thieves together on the Longship over the weekend. And friends, that made me so happy. Like I said, yesterday was a bad day. I went into the dark a little, I won't lie. So seeing people enjoying our little space and using it to hang out and play games together meant so much to me. So, thank you, God. But yeah, so Swivel, jumping back on the multiple points. The reason I went through the video was because, like, H Bomber Guy's deconstruction of that is incredibly well informed from a user's standpoint, and I needed to kind of ground myself a little. I assume a lot of knowledge these days because of the spaces I hang out in, and I forget that there are prominent voices in our space that aren't developers or haven't been dev side. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it was important to go through. He is inherently wrong about Deus Ex Invisible War being good, though. It's so bad. And definitely, Invisible War shows the... Bloody hell. What was that? What did you do? Alright, the dog's fine. He just has guilty face. Oh, and Lord Lost and Found, I mean, Reckon thank you. That's the thing that we've been all about. For Sea of Thieves, at least for the short term, I'm going to keep it between our little Friday night sessions, just because the one thing that people have told me is that it's very easy to burn out on Sea of Thieves. And, okay, friends, alright. As we've got some new peoples here that might not have seen Deus's video, which is also ironic based on the fact it's all dancing back and forth. Shush me of the past. I'll give you the link and all. But if you didn't see it, plus I want an excuse to watch it again. Deus made a video of our adventures, and it's double Will again. This just cracks me up. Oh, and Swivel, I agree with you so wholeheartedly. Like, obviously, I'm a small part of the internet here. I'm not a huge voice in it, but like one of the things I strive to do is like decode all the nonsense that goes on behind the scenes. One of the things that I end up talking about a lot is actually like the biz dev side, or the studio management side of development, because that's the bit no one talks about, and it affects decision making so much. But yeah, friends, we were blessed once again with Deus doing like a video cut of our adventures, and just Deus is a feckin' master. So I've linked the video, like thumbs up and follow it, because it's on Deus's YouTube channel, which deserves far more love than it gets. But yeah, so this was our Friday. He didn't harm me or anything. I think they're trying to get their loot off. So let's play them a tune. He's just running the other way. Follow him with your instruments, my crew. We're not actually going to pirate them. He keeps dancing back and forth like he's expecting us to ambush him.
Yeah, I think he just might be like acknowledging. Why is he just like backing up for everything?
I don't know.
Menacing instrument playing.
This is a very menacing song.
As menacing bards come closer.
Okay. Hi, friends.
Poor dude is so nervous right now. Is there a happier tune we can play him?
Wait, everyone stop playing?
Okay, alright. Now try again.
No.
Alright. Still good. It's still good! Cheers! Happy birthday to Marauder7426.
A few moments later.
So friends, this is a firebomb. And this is a cannon. Understandable.
He
He took the staff.
He took the staff.
He took the staff.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bastard! Alright. Well, don't worry. I've got an idea. Load a firebomb. Use a cannon.
5 minutes later.
Oh no, I threw 4 firebombs at it, so.
Oh, there it goes.
So in my defense, they stole our shit.
You stole our shit.
Yeah, Ems is right. What lesson did we all learn today?
Don't make friends with strangers.
The only way it could have been better is we could have played Happy Birthday as they went down. Deus is a treasure. But yeah, so I'm thoroughly loving Sea of Thieves, so I'm definitely taking my time. Stammering's saying, guess who's got an interview for a QA analyst? Yo! On some Paddy's Day. Oh. Guess whose drinking plans have been put back for 3 hours? Is it yours? Is it yours? Lizzie said, I thought the lesson was don't pirate a pirate ship. Well, I mean, our crew is definitely taking a we don't fire first, but we'll end it philosophy to combat. Okay, Aaron, I'll see you at GDC. Stop on by whenever, because I'm more than happy to be second screen natter whilst doing GDC emails and the ilk. That's actually why I started. Well, no, I started doing this because Thor bullied me into it. But one of my philosophies of streaming was to be the stream I wish I had on the background when I had to do GDC emails. Cheers to you. Yeah, Alnus is a politer way of saying we don't start shit, we edit. But yeah, so like what Swivel was saying about those, about that particular H-Bomber Guy video, and what more just like user deconstruction is that, yeah, we don't get a lot of looks at the industry as a whole. And that's my little hope being here in our little corner of the internet, you know? Arm everybody with enough knowledge so that they can actually discuss and look at the space. Oh, I get to see my body. Oh no! Ikoa says everyone knows not to fuck with bards. That's like lesson 1. Yeah. Thankfully the white balance can't handle it. The beacons are lit! Gondor calls for aid! Asari was asking if anyone would like to jump on for some Sea of Thieves at the moment. Indeed, Crux, the content no one asked for, coming direct to your eyeballs. But yeah, aside from that, friends, like, video game news-wise, there was some interesting discussion around Glover. So, if you remember that old N64 mild, I don't want to call it a disaster, but it was a game that existed. It's currently getting a re-release. But what's interesting is that the publisher that's releasing it, which is like Pinko Interactive, has some very, very strange philosophies and is currently clashing with the emulation community. So I still need to do some more. I still need to do some more research. But because when I posted that Glover was getting a re-release, like Ozymandias linked me to some stuff, and it was interesting. House of the Dead remake. Wait, what? Just in general? Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was me going off into multiple directions. So Fred was saying that House of the Dead got a remake on the Switch. Now, remake or re-release? Because this has not come across my feed. You're a bit weird. Okay, so I have a very pretty game for us to play today. This is what we're going to be getting stuck into and taking a sweet time on. Because as I was saying, like, I was in two minds about today as to whether or not today was going to be a Sniper Elite kind of day or a cute artsy indie game. And Like, I agree with Catastrophe. It doesn't feel like the right day to be getting into shooty gunbang snipes, you know what I mean? Stammering, while it is not necessarily an entry-level requirement, it does seem to be a consistency. Nene Chen says they were playing House of the Dead and Anime Con. Yo! My cousin had a Saturn, so we got like the home console with light guns version intermittently when he'd come to visit. So I was like, fucking yo! Alnis! Yes! This Saturday, big PUBG. That's what we're going to do. I didn't get through the whole week, did I? Because I got as far as the Roast of Thief on Thursday. And then was like, wait a second. Yeah, Friday, Sea of Thieves. Saturday, we're going to play a private match of PUBG because it's one of the few games we can get as many people in as want to come on in. We'll be playing our kind of house rules, which is everybody gets enough time to hang out for a bit. That will be Saturday. That will be Saturday, Johnny. Again, schedule's going to be up after stream. If I hadn't gotten whoops high as balls yesterday, it would have been up. Although, like, if the choice was between being stoned out my gourd on the couch and stressing to the point of destruction, I'm glad that's how it played out. I wouldn't have actively chosen it, but I'm glad that's how it went down. Oh, and book Hades is Wednesday, as per usual. We're in a strange spot in Hades, because the story's still unfolding. But, like, the last, 3 attempts were disasters. Okay, no, the last 2 attempts were disasters. The third attempt, I tried to borrow some money. I'm sure you can guess how that played out.
Joke, why did the necromancer have a bad day? A. He tried to behead the party healer. They chose not to heal them. It's best not to get a head.
Sorry, thank you kindly for the 300 bits. I may need more coffee as that went completely over my head, but thank you. So Nene was asking, do you know any other games besides Thief that use the light and sound stealth system? I know a few that use the simplifications, but I'm trying to think of some that use the I mean, Shadow of the Ninja is the one that really springs to mind. And yes, I guess Phyllis is right, like the Splinter Cell series as well. And stammering, I mean, the plus side is that the Devil's Lettuce does not leave you as brutalized the next day. The downside is if you get too high, kiss goodbye to even being vaguely functional. I was just on another plane of existence on the couch. Oh, way cool. But I'm really glad. We've had I've had some help behind the scenes, and it's been real good. I won't lie. Sorry, Book was just saying thank you for putting the chapters on the YouTube restreams. I can take no credit for that. I've had new stealthy help, and it has taken a huge weight off my shoulders. So yeah, friendos, we've got all the VODs up on YouTube because they're so much easier to watch on YouTube. And my stealthy assistant has been chaptering the videos just to make it easier for you all. So Nene was saying the company thief due to personal reasons. The Blackout Club is a nice alternative to that. That's a good point. But I mean, sorry, not but. The Blackout Club did have multiple people that worked on Thief or came from that looking glass philosophy coming through. So that was definitely a carry through of that. Yeah, is it Mark of the Ninja? Yeah, Mark of the Ninja is while it's a 2D title, it's an excellent example of that. And yes, Stammering, you are correct. The Dishonored series uses that as well. God. The idea of being able to chart the family tree of video games would be fascinating. Like, you know, you had that looking glass bubble that produced all these very, very, like, industry-shaping titles. Not necessarily fiscally successful, but industry-shaping. As they kind of branch off, you know, you see those philosophies go over into Arcane, you see them come over onto Question. You could probably chart a bunch of different branches from that tree. I love it. Hookshot, did I say hello? I don't know if I did. No, that's just... It's something I ponder a lot. With musical genres, it's very easy to trace individuals from place to place. So you can... It's much easier to chart genres and their offshoots. But with video games, like, you know, if you have anywhere from like 50 to like 800 people working on a game, the games industry's obfuscation as to people's contributions makes it very difficult to chart like who the influential people are or where the DNA of games comes from. I know, and Fearless, that's very... It's very common for studios to not understand the impact their titles have until really recently when, you know, the rise and prominence of YouTube and then streaming, meaning that when a title has a big impact, there's a big audible response. You know, back in the old box PC days, you really didn't know which were the titles that were going to influence people. Because, like, which games sold well and which games influenced people did not line up. I mean, you got your Dooms and your Quakes, but, you know, Giant, Citizen Kabuto, Deus Ex, like... Although Giants is more a story of hubris than anything else. The irony of that not lost on me at all. Crunchy. I just get Ned was adding the Little Big Adventure series was hugely influential. Interesting. Okay, so friendos, let's get a beautiful game going. We can keep the natter. Although I'm going to call a Wizard Veto on the genre conversation as well. Like... It's the old... If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, is a lovely philosophy. I had to get off of social media this weekend just because the sheer number of poorly thought out takes was just... You could drown in them, friends. You could drown in them. What? Got my power? Excuse me. Excuse me. Video game. Video game. There we go. I know it's the thing of like, especially on Twitter, I'm already inoculated towards terrible takes, but it's the uninformed speaking with absolute authority on subjects, especially over the weekend when it came to genre, to all of this. Yeah, you know what? Popping it in a box, floating it down the river. On happier topics, Vampire Survivors continues to be the absolute treasure of the year. Excuse me. Yes, Kestrel. Just, you know what? Go into the hold, get extra planks and nails. I don't want to see it again. Yes, wizard veto is in effect. Do not cross the council. Let's give this a little time to breathe. Also, Bacon Avenger, I don't know when you became the Jarl, but congratulations. Yay! That's good to hear. Hookshot's saying they have 30 meetings with publishers and investment in the next 3 weeks. Yes! Like, I mean, this is one of the things I'm really hoping for GDC is to reconnect to a lot of the people I know on that side. The one friendo who would have been all about the Sacred Acorn, has sadly moved on to another B2B role. And I'm like, no, this would have been perfect for you.
Snipe.
Favor 6, the Yaldom is yours. What will you do with it? And Crux, thank you for filling the pint glass. Like, friends, I really mean it. Thank you for chucking in bits in the whole amount. Like, I'm very, very grateful, friends. Cheers to you. I'm trying to think of a happier conversation topic I can throw in. The thing that has impressed me is I didn't think I'd start caring about Vampire Survivors, like, I wouldn't call them plot points, but unlockables, as they seem to be starting to unfurl a story in the lightest of senses, and I'm so down for it. Friends, if you haven't played Vampire Survivors, I cannot recommend it enough. Like, it's also a really good alternative to the current, like, internet nonsense around video games, because it's a reverse bullet hell where you are what brings the hell. And its roguelike-y nonsense allows for this gorgeous power creep level of ridiculousness. Like, I'm very much about that upgraded holy water and Bible thing going on, which you then turn into the Devil's Bible and the spicy water. Yeah, book A Bullet's Paradise, if you will. I mean, I'd say it's still a bullet hell, just not for you. And I was just joking with local panda walks into library, kills 49,000 monsters. More on this story at 11. Alright, let's get this party started. Beyond a silvery sea of shattered machinery stands a spire. The tower. Bright and fickle, its spindly metal structure bends rhythmically, as though it were breathing. Most importantly, inside the tower, there is a heart. It beats, as all hearts do. But instead of blood, It pumps the dreams of the young girl sleeping within. Ooh, kind of got weird fast. And there she might lie, were it not for a knight in shining armor. Ah, so fuck around and find out. But this isn't a story about how the girl was saved. This is the story about how she discovered she could be so much more. Yeah, excuse me, Dave. Yeah, I hear you're in charge of the construction of the tower. I can't help but notice on my work order sheet here it says actual beating heart. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a thing you want to put in a tower, mate. Are you free? An excellent question. Nope, still inside. It's me every morning. Stop dreaming. Time to wake up. Let's go. Bring it down to there-ish. That is still very loud. Okay. There we go. How's that? I'll have a little natter whilst the beautiful music is playing. Well, wait for everyone to catch up. Chonrus, I saw your points. As the music seems to be giving it its bloody all. Plus, it means I get to have another slug of coffee. I'm very grateful for. Games that don't put their options up before you start are bad. Alright, there we go. Let's have a little slow waddle around. Oh, and we're away. Kestrel, I do not know where the spleen is kept in the tower, but I'll keep an eye out. So Chonrus was just adding, video games seem to become very loud recently, and I don't get it. I think it's... Okay, here's my general philosophy, is because of how a lot of groups are doing internal and external testing, I think it's an oversight more than anything. Not a lot of companies can afford to use external testing companies, so tend to use just friends and family or otherwise. And so that can lead to a situation where people aren't feeding back on immediate stuff like that. Like, going in, turning the sound down yourself before rolling it out doesn't seem like something you'd need to make a note of, but you do. That seems fine. I see no reason why turning on the light beam of lasery death was a bad idea. Yes. Sorry, Wolfgrab was saying that reminds him of a pet peeve of theirs, which is having to go through unskippable cutscenes before you can check if your graphics settings are okay. Yes. I still think that Capcom takes the gold star at the moment by giving you a represented screenshot of what your graphics will look like once you've changed all the effects. I still think that's fucking brilliant. I know how difficult that is to create, but it would be so good if that was an industry standard. But no, especially when it comes to indie titles, if you're only having internal playtests and like friends and family, you'll miss stuff like audio levels. Because you're working on a game, you send me a build, and I'm like, alright, let's give it a go. If it's too loud, I'm just going to turn my audio down, like manually on my headphones here. So you don't see a pain point because of the immediate solution. With external testing companies and things like that, you know, you can get more concise feedback, or being able to observe individuals when they are playing through titles. That's super useful as well. Whee! Oh, that's right, Fancy. Resting, huh? Hope I can rest too. Probably not going to be the best for paying attention to dialogue. So, this might end up being an environmental storytelling kind of day, due to me not always looking. God, this art style is gorgeous. Well, so Bubbles, this is one of those situations where I would say that the difference between like film, television, and games is very, very pronounced. There is actually going physically to the cinema is definitely a loud experience, to say the least. And I do know what you mean about like television shows increasing in audio. Someone did a really good write-up about why that's happening. But with games, for the most part, we tend to play in a very curated environment, like especially PC games. Now, how you have your rig set up and its varying quirks is very local to yourself. You know, are you using external speakers most of the time? Are you using headphones? What kind of headphones? I mean, I live on fucking earbuds because I find them more comfortable than the big bastards. So that changes my experience a lot. It means that some titles can be quieter, but any experiences involving binaural audio are amazing. But it's one of those things, Varbles, where while I see the correlation, while I see the similarity, I don't see a correlation there. Now, it has been nice that at least a fair few AAA titles that I can think of have been putting like audio settings and accessibility settings up before you start the game. I'm very glad of that. Like, there was this horrible habit for a while where you wouldn't be able to turn on any accessibility options until you hit the game proper. Kind of going back to what Wolfcrowd was saying about having to wait to go through an unskippable cutscene before you get to... Oi! Oh, there we go. Having to go through an unskippable cutscene before you can see your graphics effects. The same with like not being able to turn on subtitles or adjust audio or visual until after you've gone through that opening. Often meaning that swaths of the game are missed. At the point where the game should be pulling you in with its narrative hooks and its whys, its hows, its reasoning. That's the point where you're fiddling with the knobs like you're trying to make the fucking telly channel do its job, you know? And this tower seems fine. Sure isn't anything broken, busted here. But do let me know again, friends, if it gets loud. But it's like, these are the things that... no, we did a wizard veto. We did a wizard veto, it's fine. This wizard has been vetoed. Yeah, it is still coming through quite loud. Oh, this seems fine. Alright. I need to see hands. Who left the unspeakable horror down in the basement of the tower? Which of you left this here? Alright. I have to clean up after enough stuff right now. You leave me this unspeakable horror from beyond the concept of space and time. Fireballs again! What? Okay, after the last time, what did we say? Outside, secure facility. You know the rules. Wait, also, Nene-chan's taking responsibility for it as well. Alan was like, oh, I found my lobster. I threw it. That's not a lobster! Lobsters are more benevolent. Fighty. You asleep in there? Let's wake it up! Wonder what you dream of. Madness. Pure madness. The concept of time removed. Hope it's something beautiful and sweet. Ah, oh, child, you are... you are thinking the best of people, and I respect that. Must be a pet eldritch horror ran off to. We'll end up having to have a no pets rule or something. If you'll keep this up. Back in the yard. Oh. Fucking wee. That seems bad. Wee. Full damage? It was at this point that I fell into a mound of pure unrefined spice, and saw literally through the universe in its entirety. Oh, walk it off, kid, you're just high. Oh, it's funny, I thought being awake would hurt a lot more. Ah. The unique experience of someone who's actually had a good night's sleep. Feck, there was something I was going to say and it completely dropped out of my head. I was trying to think of conversation topics, friends, to move it away from Gramble. More for me than for any of your good selves. I'm still playing Wolfstride in my downtime, and that game is an absolute treasure. If you find yourself in desperate need of a really good story game with a cracking art style, so Wolfstride, I cannot sing its praises enough. I'm currently at the point where I've nearly beaten all of the virtual battle challenges, and I've still got maybe 40 days left. The punctuation between open world exploration and day by day having the small town to explore and chat with people, and the very real timer of this is how long you'll be in this world, and each day the stories unfold very much from a visual novel standpoint. All these elements coming together are feckin' grand. The mech combat having that kind of easy to understand but rewarding to master is great. And I will never get tired of charging into my opponent, bowling them over, punch them into the back wall and just emptying clip after clip into their chest. It's like, ha ha ha! Guess who's been grinding? During one of the Sadlin playlist evenings, I just sat there and just threw in... Swinging? Swinging. Yeah, during one of the Sadlin playlist evenings, I just sat there on Wolfstride and played the little mini games, and I came off of there with like 40k in cash. I barely chipped through it. Yeah, giant mechanical sword hand. It turns out the knight was actually mech styly. Why not? A speck of colour against the grey. Could it be big sword? Alright, bear with me just a second, dear friends. It's interesting that the reflected light is more of a almost like a static parallaxing. Very clever. I mean, time consuming, but very clever. Although the crystal reflections here are very, very cool. Alright. This is the way to place that we're going. It's like Papa used to say. All it takes is the first step. Into darkness. And all alone. Wow, Dad did not give good advice. You know what I say to my kid? I say it's the first step towards darkness and complete and utter disconstruction. Control might be giving us a quick ring. Okay, look. Traveling the liminal spaces between different states of being and traversing the back corridors of existence, while disconcerting, is a great way to get where you need to go quickly. Okay. We suddenly end up in Rain World. God, I'm really tempted to play Rain World for Longship Day this year. So, Casual, one of the things I'm finding really interesting is our character's naivety. It's not that they've thought, ah, shit, I should really arm myself. It's they haven't even considered that they're in any kind of physical danger from which they'd need to protect themselves. Alright, so we need that thing. But yeah, I have found that it's very fascinating which games I do end up spending more time on, like outside of Streamwise. Now, Wolfcrad's with us now. Wolfstride isn't a surprising one because, let's be honest, it's giant robots and anime nonsense. And now it's time to... Now it's time to strike the darkness. Yeah. Melted away with a cool looking lamp. What's up, lamp? Good to know you're on standby, Wolfcrad. Good to know. Book, I think the Dark Giant Demon door is actually the next hallway down, if I remember correctly. That's the big, dark, menacing door of puppies and kittens. Nani? Strange jester creature is like, hush now, I hear something. The knights? They're back! They will be if you don't keep your trap shut! Our character's like, am I interrupting something? And the jester creature freaks out. They are back! Don't take me! Take him! He's a thief! I'm just a helpless little joker! The other guy's hey! Our kid's like, what are you talking about? Not a knight. I'm definitely not after you. Wait a minute, she's the heart! Well, Nene-chan, I hope your drawing goes very well, and I'm more than happy to be the background noise while you're getting stuff done. So, have a lovely day, alright? Well, Lord Lost and Found, see if peeps in Discord wanna, because I know Asari was asking if anybody else wanted to take to the waves. So the heart, I guess I'm used to being called all these different titles. I mean, back in place, people would always refer to me as Keeper or Warden. Whatever did you do to earn such a collection of accolades? I was a priestess once, a long dream ago. Oh, a spiritual guide. I guess. Call me Ina. How can we be of service, Miss Keeper Warden Ina? Hello. Alright, who are you? Who are they? Is there a way out? Okay, yeah, who are you? Intimate question. Who are we? Are we the things we do? Are we the things we feel? The things we eat, perhaps? I, on the other hand, have eaten a dodgy kebab, and as you'll notice, this cell has no bathroom, so I'm in a constant state of fear. But I haven't eaten anything in ages. Actually, I was just asking for your names. You could just tell me your names. Our names have been taken from us a long time ago. Not to worry, rather prefer Joker, as I mentioned, and go by these days. And that one's Thief. It's the hands, you see. They can grasp anything, but the notion of property. Okay, that's a good one. It's not my fault people leave stuff just lying around. Alright, so why are you trapped? How do you know these bars are meant to keep us in rather than keep you out, eh? Wait, don't you want to be free? I'm sure we can find a way to... There's safety behind the bars. Birds held in captivity tend to outlive their wild counterparts. Never thought of it that way. Anything else? Ask away to your heart's content. Alright, is there a way out? Oh, this must be a weird question, but is there a way out of here? Out of the dungeons? Out of the tower? Gotta leave. The only wants or needs that matter are the towers. Listen to her rumblings. She'll try to stop you every step of the way. But wait, we can help each other out. Together we can be free of this place.
Why did Karl Marx only drink instant tea? Because property is theft.
Sit there and think about what you just said. Thank you for the 200 bits, friend. Okay, apparently we've got to get back to our father. Prepared to pay any price. Well, the heart wants what the heart wants. And if the heart wants to leave, she could talk to the architect. Think of the architect. Who's that? She built this place. She knows the way. All right, and let's go find the architect. And the exit is right ahead. Can't miss it. What happens if I pull this lever? Attack mode engaged. Don't think that was supposed to happen. should be the way out, but why isn't it working? Excellent question. Probably just unleashed those two. Miss Keeper Wardeniner. Broke the tower, did you? Now, what should I do? Well, I'm no specialist, but I think you need to find yourself a flumgy. Ah, yes, one of those. So it's a small beast-like machine that used to activate power stations, like the one you just broke. Little critters used to roam the power levels of the dungeon. Means down there, opening. So what I have to do is find a flume down there and connect with the power station. Fast learner, they are, isn't she? Thank you. I know it's scary out there. I promise I'll find a way to free you in return. They just said they didn't want me freed. Find a what? Oh. Stammering was asking, I guess, what just has a late night second involved questionable to get very tasty strips of meat. I'm going to go ahead and guess some kind of non-standardly weird jerky. Like, I don't know, gator jerky or something along those lines. Because gator jerky is fascinating. No. Ah, piss. Heart's dead. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, get in the bin. It's been 1,000 years since I've had a good kebab. 1,000 years. And sorry, I don't know if this game is on Humble directly. I shall have a ponder when we get to a pausing point. That's translatable. Sorry, every time now I see runes in a video game, I'm like, but what if I can read that? Oh, Peebles. Alright. We've got to clear out the inky gunky nonsense. Okay, it does not appear to be on Humble. Okay. I mean, today, there's so much stuff going on. Like, again, we have the Ukraine bundle on itch. There's a make-your-own Capcom bundle on Humble. Like, we are definitely not short of great video games. See, Book, it's just... A lot of places in the US just haven't been introduced to their true majesty. Salem has informed me there are some places in the greater Seattle region that do a good kebab. But due to, you know, life, the plague, and everything, I've not yet had the opportunity to give it a proper try. And the Berliner's gone, so... There was one place that did what I've been told is a German-style kebab, which is more like slow-cooked curry meat in like big fluffy bread. It was feckin' tasty. And but like one of the things that was feckin' grand about living in New Zealand was just the proximity to exceptional kebabs on the daily. Like ones that taste like how you imagine them to when you're drunk. Vito friends, aside from getting stoned out of my gourd yesterday by mistake, remember, make sure you eat something before you try the devil's lettuce. Yeah, it's been real quiet over here. Make that jump. Told you. Woo! I just don't know why you'll insist on terrorizing a person for his lack of kebab acquisitions. Like, what dark crimes have I committed to thee? Guess I gotta leave me magical box there. Usually this would be the point, friends, where I ask you what you all have been playing yourselves over the weekend. But I worry that'll take us into wizardly vetoed areas. What about Greg's? Greg's is definitely a... feels more like comfort food these days, you know? On the rare occasions where I've encountered them. Friend? Friend? Angry friend? Bad puppy. Yeah, bad puppy. Hey! Wheeler Dealer! How are you doing, dude? Well, hello there. I believe there'd been some rumbling towards it earlier, and honestly, I'm looking forward to it from a lazy standpoint, because that way I'm going to have to have all of my libraries in one place. Yeah, apparently Spiky Friend wasn't as stable on their feet as possible. But Wheeler Dealer, how have you been doing, friend? Hello, hello. Friend! Oh yeah, don't like the light, do ya? Rubber vibes. Yeah, so Wheeler Dealer, congratulations on joining the Crunchyroll space. Apparently that spooky monster was just like a dream, with the eyes in the dark and the life growing all wrong. But, like, the thing I wish I could do is go back and show Tiny Will how much better the anime scene was going to be when I grew up. God. Sorry. I intimately watch Mother's Basement, which is an anime critique, review, disaster on YouTube. And one of the more recent episodes referenced the dark days of anime acquisition, of buying vehemently overpriced DVDs from across the world. And I was reminded of the absolute... They did a Final Fantasy anime series, and it was incredibly expensive, and it was incredibly bad. Like... I would not wail on any of the other edgelord characters in Final Fantasy's whole discography, because having seen the anime with like edgy super bullet gun dude, I was just reminded how, like, back in the day, you used to have to spend like 20 quid to get one DVD, which most of the time was just 4 episodes. Or you could buy them online, usually in box sets, but they were very expensive that way. Plus, they were usually shipping, like, you know, because I was in the UK at the time, direct from the US or Japan. So, like, you'd order a DVD box set and it would take months to arrive. You had no idea if what you were getting was good or bad. You had to just kind of roll the dice. And let me tell you, some of those dice rolls were not good. These days, if I say, hey, friendos, you deserve Odd Taxi or Ranking of Kings. Ranking of Kings is currently one of my go-to anime series, and it is so well done and so heartfelt. And a very, very good example of... We talked about this the other day with video games, and video games have the added advantage that if you engage in pre-existing tropes, but they are fun to play, you can get away with a lot more. Ranking of Kings has a lot of tropes in it, but is absolutely worth your time. Going for a simplistic character design style to allow for scaling, inspired, utterly inspired. And I'll say no more on Odd Taxi, just that Odd Taxi's it doesn't really matter if you're an anime fan or not, it's just incredible. Stammerings has been getting the One Piece DVDs lately, only because it's a struggle to find every episode online without putting an eye patch on and a peg leg. Yes,
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Baron Ransack von Joy. Sorry, I'm in the silly buggers mood. Baron Ransack, thank you for 21 months. I hope you're having yourself a good Tuesday. One thing that's been very interesting has been going on the hunt for some of the old English dubs that disappeared with the death of manga entertainment. Because some of those dubs are really good. You were calling to me, weren't you? Alright. Come on, little light bulb. But yeah, like, the reason I bring it up is because, like, if I could go back and show... Oh, a little robot. So the spirit of energy is powering the robot. Okay. Sorry. I do wish I could go back and show Tiny Will that I'd just be able to, like, log on and see so much. Like, there's a lot of anime stuff that I found genuinely inspiring that I would not have gotten before. And especially some of the ones that are very inspiring that don't really go anywhere. So, like, what was it called? It's like Gargantua. Gargantia? Zero G Fights, very pretty. It's not an amazing show. I watched it in its entirety, and I don't know... It's not something you desperately need, but it has a few perspectives in it that are inspiring. Oh, wow. Yeah, Miss Nova, those were dark and haunting times. The different methodologies that Baby Will went through to get hold of the original Berserk is a story for another time. Now, this... Wait a second. Are you going to be a boss? Just calm down. And Papa, remember your training. Alright. Robot's dead. So, I am thoroughly enjoying this game, but I will say, I'm here for the gorgeous art style. There's a surprising amount of text which I was not expecting. And I tell you, Tale of Iron cannot get enough compliments. Tale of Iron cannot get enough compliments for its dialogue system. For those of you who weren't there for our playthrough of Tales of Irons, basically, there's a narrator, the same gentleman who played Geralt in the Witcher video games, who's giving you kind of like the overarching story. Like he's telling it to a group of young ratlings hearing the story of Reggie for the first time. But anytime two characters converse or have dialogue, they make these cute little like clanger noises, like little whistle noises at each other, and you're seeing like a little pictures like denoting what they're saying to one another, and it's so charming. And honestly, especially for a game like this, I would wholeheartedly recommend it, because the thing about text, you've got to localize it. Adding words adds for complications. You don't have to localize pictures, you know. And see, I've been thinking a lot about Rain World recently. I am definitely considering, as a potential for things we can play on Longship Day, I'm definitely considering going back to that. But also doing some video stuff on it, because Rain World's, God, the way in which Rain World introduced you to the story is not necessarily friendly. But, oh boy. Again, sorry, I apologize. We've had so many people that have come to join us, like, since, like, Rain World and stuff like that became a thing. When you begin Rain World, a little kind of yellow flower with, like, a holographic display pops up and shows you pictures trying to point you towards where you're going. I mean, Lizzie, I understand you're chortling, but I don't know what this year's Longship Day is going to look like, and I definitely will probably end up playing a bunch of games, you know, and that's cool too. That's cool too. Anyway, Rain World's completely without dialogue. That's the way in which it takes you through the game early on. Is this little flower popping up with these holographic pictures that are either pointing you the way you need to go, or are denoting what's coming up. So it gives you just enough information to know, like, with the scabs, they're not actively trying to kill you, just don't feck with them. It clearly tells you, go get a pebble, get a pearl, present it to them, they'll take the offering and let you pass. And it does it all through, like, you know, context clues and little pictures shared to you by this holographic flower. There. Easy words aren't. And it's definitely a method that I would recommend to arty video games, you know what I mean? So we're going to trap this bad word here. There we go. So long, stanky alien. Yeah, don't like that, do you? Piece of jerk. Stammering saying hot tub stream. Well, if we have another heat wave this year and things are still going, that's what I'll do, is I'll set up the phone on a camera. We'll just have a cold tub stream. Because, yeah, last year the feckin' heat wave was lethal. And not being able to hang out with you lot, and also being subjected to an inordinate amount of the sun is a deadly laser, was not fun. That was not a good time. Interesting. So, hang on. I think we can daisy chain these. These little lantern beacons. I think one lights the t'other. So it's like, if we put it in here, and put you here. There we go. Science! Sorry, I just was looking at Alnus and stammering, talking about trying to get the white balance to work on my pale-ass torso, and I'm like, I'll either have to decorate the bathroom or I'll have to just wear a t-shirt, because otherwise, yeah, pale on pale, Cameron's having a bad time. Make a couch! Oh, fuck you. There we go. I think we're just gonna keep running. Nope. Oh, come on! Sorry, here's me just thinking about like the old anime and video game space. I mean, so we were talking earlier about like the Looking Glass games and how they were massively influential, right? It's so easy to forget that, like, back in the day, if you did not live in a region where you had access to a game store, you just didn't get it. You know? That, like, the reason why we call video game... the overarching video game companies publishers is because, just like with other physical mediums, they would literally be publishing them. Back it up. Back it up, Spiky. I got places to be. actually. You're coming with me! Oh, okay, I guess you live there now. Sorry! Yeah, back it up. I got a lava lamp that glows. What you gonna do? Oh, it's a statue to the things that have been chasing us. Cool. Statues for the frightful beasts. Because some people would really worship fear rather than joy. Whatever it was I was about to say has completely dropped out of my head. Friends, I'm so sorry. Like, I feel like I've danced around 4 or 5 different topics, and I don't want to just be a person throwing nostalgia at you all. I mean, I'm often reminded that, you know, in my early youth, Future Cop LAPD ended up playing a larger portion of... I ended up playing into a large amount of my shaping of video games because I managed to get a PC copy of it, which contains some very weird and quirky multiplayer modes that we'd have a crack at. So it's strange to think of which games end up influencing us based on what we have access to. Oh, okay, Catastros, go, sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening. So, like, I didn't get System Shock 2 until I think I ended up buying a second-hand copy off of eBay. Because, like, this was after, you know, everything had gone under. You couldn't buy it legit. And I think I tried an abandonware site, but I hadn't had any success with it. I think I'd been introduced to System Shock 1 pretty early, but a fair proportion of it was kind of lost to me, if you know what I mean. Like, I was too young to appreciate what it was trying to do. Ah, piss. Piss, 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 piss. Feck your monster bullshit! Not today! For me, Total Annihilation was far more... was one of the more important RTS works that I grew up on. Though I did play a lot of Warcraft 2, mainly because of its Mac port, so I could play it at... I could play it on the weekends. Oh, this is Art Deco and a little dead. All this gadgetry must be one of the flumes Joker was talking about. Okay, so I need to steal a power source and get things working. Alright. Yeah, to whoever was in that cage, I'm sorry! Only a little bit. No, and I guess it does tie into the other conversations we've had today, because it is very easy for me to sit here and admonish other people for not having a better understanding of games as an art form when I have you lot. Like, I don't know anyone else that has played this game. According to my Steam library, no one else has touched this. But because both my profession and my library allow me to explore these titles, we go through them at a rip-roaring rate. And when we find something that resonates with us, we can dive into it. Like, I know people who played a little bit of Tales of Iron and went, oh no, this is pretty good. Or like, oh no, I'll come back to this later. Very few people I know have gone through it, again, like we did. And there's some very clever and nuanced elements added later on that would have been missed. Like, I'm not saying everybody needs to finish every game, but I am lucky enough that I have the opportunity to do more than most. Does that make a weird sense? Alright, we're gonna go find a power cell. Oh, there it is! Hello! no doubt we'll need one of like the baby power cells. Book says they feel a bit of a Mobius vibe in the art style. It feels a little too angular. Sorry, it feels a little too angled for Mobius, but...
Peanut butter beret time. Just purchased Best of Boomer Shooters bundle for £9.07.
Heckin' yo! I need to spend some time. I need time, friends. I need time and help. The beret is here somewhere, and it does need to be unpacked and discussions about. Well, like when we're getting into the weeds, like here. So Get Ned, I would remove nostalgia as part of that, because deconstructing where we came from, I think, is something that comes from outside of nostalgia, at least in my little humble opinion. But without knowing where we come from, you do have a hard time growing. I very agree. And not gatekeeping for other individuals that didn't get the same experience. Now, it does unfortunately mean that as our medium progresses, there will come more and more responsibility to understand, like, what are the seminal works. Okay, fix the little robot. There we go. Piece of cake. Don't leave me! The fuck back here! Damn floaty squid. So stammering, that's an interesting thing to break down. Like, I can definitely talk about it from a games marketing perspective. I'm definitely not the person to talk to from a streaming standpoint, though I will say that I do try and pick a wide variety of titles, and I do tend to focus on games I don't think people have tried, because I don't know, that's our space, you know? Learning, understanding, and deconstructing the medium that we love, like that's what we got. Yes, Getting Ed, I do agree that the archiving and restoration of seminal works is going to become far more important, yes. The clash we're going to see in the next few years is people doing restoration and archival things for the process of making money versus those doing it for, like, non-profit community. The discussion about ROMs and emulation is going to become way more complex as things go on. However, those on the ROMs and emulation side have not a legal leg to stand on, so it's going to be interesting. There's actually one of the things that was talked about a lot with this, with Glover getting a port. So, Glover, N64 platformer, it was from the dying era of mascot platformers, and it was alright. Glover's not gonna set your world on fire. It was alright. But as a lot of those old titles do, it has a very engaged speedrunning community. So what happened, at least from my research and what I've been able to look into, the company picks up Glover, and they go and they shut down ROM sites. Now, that is well within their rights, you know. ROMs, emulation, abandonware exist in a grey area. They're technically illegal, but there's no one there to enforce it. If you're unfamiliar with the term abandonware, it refers to video games made by companies that no longer exist. So you can't buy them, they can't be sold even on digital distribution, and anyone who is able to speak for them has, you know, those companies have long since disappeared. It's actually where, like, Night Dive Studios basically made their business model finding these abandoned games, restoring them, and re-releasing them. What's been interesting with the Glover thing is that they've shut down not only existing ROMs, but apparently some limited edition stuff. That is to say, ROMs of, like, pre-production versions or There's one that was released in a certain region before being recalled, I believe, which is used for speedruns because it has an extra glitch in it. And so the community who uses this for speedrunning are livid that the company have shut down not just the version they're selling, but all the others. And it's interesting. Like, when it comes to archival purposes, like, what should go up? I had a great discussion with people the other day about XCOM the Bureau Declassified. As it turns out, there was actually a playable E3 demo of the first-person sequences, which we as consumers never got. Now, the game that came out in the end was very different from that. Although, we did do a stream of it a while back, and it is hilarious, because you can see all the assets that were made from the first-person perspective, because they're incredibly high resolution, versus the ones that were made later for third-person camera, because they're low resolution. So in the hub world, there's just one or two things that are just bizarrely high quality. Lag was saying they got Tails of Iron because, aww. Oh yeah, Lagmeister, I could have played so much more Tales of Iron. We ended up playing through all. Aside from the hard mode playthrough, we did everything that was available to that game. And it was joyous. So GitNet says, am I right in saying that abandonware is not applicable if a surviving company is still active and holds the rights? Yes. Now, in the case of System Shock back in the day, there was a company that held the rights, but they were not active. They were an insurance company that I think got the IPs when stuff defaulted. Piss. So that's how that ended up sitting. But with a few other companies, like, they just went under. The IPs didn't go anywhere. They're still technically with, I guess, what was remaining of those studios, but they are themselves long gone. Oh, fuck you. Now, Stanley Gamer, I will say, from a games marketing and community standpoint, streamers and content creators are amazing. And honestly, the only real challenge when it comes to content creators is finding the right ones that work with what you're doing. Bigger is not better when it comes to finding content creators to work with. And the... Okay. So these little types need power cells. Alright. Alright. Hang on. So here's me, so a little girl gets fucking crushed by a... Fascinating. Oh, okay, I get it. This is actually pretty clever. Sorry. I apologise, I keep losing my train of thought. I will go get myself like a little Sarnie or something. Get that focus going. But with content creators and working with them, trying to find people who are going to help spread the word of your video game is very tricky. A lot of companies these days will use like influencer agencies or things like that, which, again, there are more than I can count, and their quality varies pretty drastically. So now, how do I get up there? Oh, okay, no, I get it. Alright. Oh no, we can go back to talking about abandonware if you don't want to do Vigigamery marketing. But the best example of this is Dead Cells. They've done loads of good write-ups, but also a one that no one ever really expects is... can we just bring this? Do we need to bring them both? Yeah, I think we just need to... I think we just need to bring this one. Alright. Alrighty. Alright, come on, Bubby. Buddy. Or does he need the... Does he absolutely need the big power cell? Alright, fucking hell. Lagmeister, I think perhaps a small runabout of thought might not be a terrible shout. As much like anyone in Gatwick, I keep missing my train. Okay, so... working with content creators, people who stream, YouTubers, what have you. What you want to do is you want to find as many directly engaged people as possible. You want small communities that are, I mean, again, depending on your title, which are engaged enough to consider looking up the game of their own volition, but not based around big personalities. So, like, we'll get kind of into my flam for flam territory here, but, you know, hypothetically, if I'd been adjacent to a title that had worked with a very big YouTuber as part of a promotional campaign, it would have been very curious to see that despite this individual getting millions of views per video, that there was not a drastic uptick in wish lists or sales on that particular title. And that the prevailing theory came that the game is the vehicle for individuals that are that large. If it is a personality, it is just about observing them. That is what their audience is there for. So even though you've just shelled out a shit ton of cash for a YouTube video, it's not really done anything apart from provide that individual with content. Yes, a book, all hypothetically, of course. Now, there are exceptions to this. Experiential games, that is to say, games that you and others experience together rather than like narrative games like this. This is a terrible game for... this isn't a terrible game for streaming. This kind of game is bad for live content because we'll finish this today, and unless there is more to engage with, it's very difficult for the stream to present a value proposition to spend money. So that's one of the reasons why I do is try and encourage you to, like, you know, throw a wish list on these games, or, you know, pick them up and play them for yourself if they have value to them, because there's more to the experience than observing, but also helps the devs out a whole bunch. I mean, shit, that's one of the things that's been really getting to me right recently is I had all these plans for ways to help developer friends this year, and I've been able to do fucking none of them. But that's another story. That's another story. So, here's what Dead Cells did that was so clever. They engaged specifically with small to mid-tier live content creators as to create this kind of groundswell. So they specifically started dealing with people who have, like, you know, 5 viewers, 6 viewers, shit tons of those people. Then they started going for some targeted individuals who I used to call, like, 25 is kind of like the hump. These days, I'm very far removed from what is considered the Twitch meta, so I couldn't comment. But at least back when Dead Cells did this campaign, the 25 to 50 mark, those were the people they were going for. So don't go for, you know, huge verified individuals. Go for the median engage. And by the time those people have been catered to, if you've done your job right, you've created enough of a groundswell where larger people are starting to be like, yo, what's this Dead Cells game? When you have that question being asked, boom! Momentum. That's the good stuff. Now, the reason I wanted to draw the difference between experiential games and otherwise is big personalities having an experience that you could have for yourself. So, your group team shooters, your online experiences, competitive experiences, things like that. Those gel really well because people see these personalities and go, "Oh crap, they're having fun doing this. I want to have fun doing this." And I know that seems weird because you'd think that with the narrative or with the more single-player focused experiences, the same thing would happen, but it doesn't, which is fucking weird. Alright. So I guess we're gonna bring the big... So, like... Yeah, I guess we just push them both across. Okay, so it's absolutely the big power units. Okay, so what was the other additional one for? That's what I don't understand. So Book was adding, they've lost count of the games they've only experienced through YouTube, and it's definitely some games more than others. I mean, I can only speak for myself here. Again, this is why I always point you all to people like Aperios, people who understand like streaming as a whole better than I do. But the thing I was saying earlier about second screen watching, my goal on this Twitch.television, beyond, making us our own little place in this weird internet, but my goal when it came to what games to go for was always, you all work, or you have busy lives, or there is a gajillion things going on. You can't play every game. And so what if I could be the person who, whilst you're working away on stuff, can show you, games you might not have known about, or things you might have missed, or go into those little bits from those long form titles and be like, oh, look at this gem of video game. And being able to present those without asking you all to commit to, like, a 10, 20 hour video game, I think has got some value to it, Well, so Favor 6, that's a really interesting comment. Let me get to whatever the... Alright. Cool, spiky elevator. So Favor 6, I'm trying to think of a great way to describe them other than performative games. But that performative sounds like, rhythm games and the ilk. But titles where the experience of watching it being played is more enjoyable than experiencing it yourself. And there are a lot of games like that. And that's not a bad thing by any means. But it's interesting that it's a thing that we've come across. Like, thanks to this bustling indie scene or digital distribution, games can exist in a space when they're not designed for as many people as possible. They're designed to hit a specific subset, and those people engaging with it is something that is enjoyable even though people might not enjoy the experience. Okay, have I gone too esoteric? Did I get weird there? Like, I don't know where this conversation's going, but I can't see the road anymore. We are vehemently off the beaten path. With the Blackout Club, I think was a great one because the amount of people we had coming in on a Friday who didn't enjoy the gameplay loop, but desperately wanted to engage with the story, the world, the experience. We basically provided a vehicle for that, and it's going to be a long time before we find something like that again, but oh wow, that's a pile of dead robots. Little robot friend's like, come, see the grave of my family. You could stand to say this. I also say there's definitely something in the performative that I think engages people with esports. That games with a very, very high mastery ceiling allow users to enjoy the experience, and then once they start hitting their skill cap, they can kind of transfer their progression of engagement onto others, which I think is kind of fascinating. Now, Book, I do agree with that one, but I think that's another offshoot tangent conversation. Sorry, Book was saying that in Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, when you get to the summit, there is a reward, and it says this is only for people who have played it. It's not for YouTube, it's not for stream, it's just for those who have gone through it. And it's very, very clever. Because it does turn around and say, no, while you may have gone with this person on this journey, you did not climb the mountain. Which folds into Getting Over Its design philosophies. Well, Faber 6, I do think the distinction is important. Like, there is a theory that because very little of it... I'm trying to think how to phrase this without sounding like an ableist piece of shit. God, it's really hard to... It's a really hard one to phrase. Physical sports come with physical limitations. By the very nature of your genetics, there may be some sports that you are naturally adapted towards and others that you are not. And with esports, that barrier is to an extent removed. But what's fascinating is it's a continuation of the core experience. So, I'm trying to think of a good one. I am by no means... it's a really hard one. So basically, while a lot of people use real sports as a means of carrying on a certain level of fantasy, I could have been a contender. If X, Y, or Z, but more so by understanding more about what's going on than the players involved in it, it does give viewers of regular sports a sense of, well, I would have done this had I been there, which is ridiculous, but it's a feeling conveyed. Shit, I try not to go too far off, but like. Very few of us could start gymnastics right now. There's a physical space required, there's a buy-in, and there is physical limitations. There's a process going in. There is nothing stopping any of you from playing League of Legends or Dota today. Now, will you be able to get to an esports level? Maybe. Like, there's a lot of training, and honestly, if you're over the age of 30, your reaction speeds are probably shot. But once you have begun up that skill curve, I'm trying to... Again, friends, I'm so sorry. I do not want to speak idly and, again, sound like a like every other white bloke talking on this topic. Because what I want to focus on is what I feel is one of the hooks of esports is the I could have been a contender, or that the understanding of language is carried through and kind of reflected back. In fighting games, to learn the language of fighting games, you have to have played them. You know, while you can understand fist goes into face, punch over, it is very difficult to convey what mix-ups are, what punishes are. Footsies! Bloody footsies! There's this glorious language all itself. And so users engaging in it, it tends to be because they can no longer keep up with the skill cap. Usually because of real life and commitment rather than love of the title. I love Street Fighter. Alright, I don't like the current iteration. And Street Fighter 6 currently looks like I'm going to give even less of a hot feck, but I love Street Fighter as a series. But, you know, 2 dogs, 6 guinea pigs, a place, a life, a job. I can't be drilling Street Fighter, 4 hours a night every night like I used to. Tekken's the one I've stayed probably the most current on, but that's because Tekken has a philosophy to it rather than as much of a meta. But that's not the story. I'm sorry I drove this well off. Yeah, when are crab sports? Prolo, that is the question. When are crab sports? Oh, you're out of power again. Meow Kitty Sakura, good morning, hello. Discord was being a great big crumb bum. Okay, so we can't get through there. So thankfully, it's a little bit better. It wasn't liking shared images for a while, which was not fun. Sorry, Lagmeister was sorry. So 2 dogs, 6 guinea pigs, and Will in a trench coat walk into a bar. Stop me if you've heard this one. Oh yes, because we can't jump with it. Okay. Sorry, sleep well. God, even with the amount of coffee I'm huffing, this game is stumping me with basic ass puzzles. But yeah, so Faber6, I apologise. I didn't mean to jump on your comment so directly, but it was just it's one of those things I find it fascinating, you know. And whilst I see esports eventually fitting into the same spot as, as regular sports in culture, I think the differentiation between the two of them is an important one to acknowledge, at least from an industry standpoint. Well, Prolo, it was lovely to see you, albeit briefly. I hope you feel better, friend. Go. So what we had to do was steal the light from the other power cell and then drop that sucker down. These both then go to the robot and jobs are good. Okay. So, okay, before I got onto esports and observation. Oh, just the the esports hook is definitely similar to the performative. Like, the idea that because of reasons you can no longer be a full-time esportsian individual. So watching someone else playing at high tiers, that you have enough games literacy or knowledge of that particular title to understand, but wouldn't be able to execute yourself because of just hours in a day. I think that's the draw there. But I don't think that's anything useful to add. One of the things that's been really interesting is, despite the love of esports, there have been very few games that discuss, emulate, or deconstruct esports that get the same kind of coverage, which I find fascinating. So, like, the ELO Hell game that we played, that did not seem to resonate, which I'm sad that it didn't, because I wanted those peeps to do real well. And Draconic Dude, Watto friend, hello, hello, goes real well. Oh, feck off. The other one that comes to mind is Tunic. The little fox moves to a new town and ends up playing this kind of like this arcade game MOBA mashup thing involving fruit robots, which was a real kind of like a charming deconstruction on both arcade culture and esports culture. But that doesn't seem to have hit a chord with either the fighting game community or the esports community. It seems to have resonated with indie peeps who are old enough to have spent time in arcades. Book says there are a number of games made about speedrunning. There are, but how many of those actually have done well? I mean, we've discussed like trying to commercialize speedrunning in the past. It's not impossible. But it's definitely one of those. Like, I mean, we got very, very into Neon White, but that isn't. Would you say that game bills itself as being a speedrunning game? Alright. Let me just go see what the little robot's doing up here before we start busting out puzzles we might not need to. Ah, robot's completely faked off. But yeah, so like, I can think of a lot of titles that have had speedrunning as their big selling point, but I can't think of any that have done well. And again, personally, I think that comes from a misunderstanding of what makes people want to speedrun video games, in my humble opinion. Because speedrunning, kind of similar to like fighting game mastery, does come from people that don't have a lot of cash or have a very, very particular love of a specific title. Like, when I think about the games that I could speedrun, they're mostly games from my youth where I did not have a lot of money. And when I think about the speedruns I enjoy watching, they're either titles that I already have an emotional attachment to, or they're so weird as to be intriguing, you know what I mean? Okay, well, so Lagmeister, would you say Super Meat Boy is a speedrunning game? Is it not a challenge platformer that people have chosen to speedrun? Because what Book was saying about Neon White is that while there is a competition method based on clearing levels, there's also a story with, you know, gifts and a visual novel anime-style unfurling mystery. Like, it's not just go fast or go home. Yeah. The heart has freed them both, and I'm sure nothing bad will come of this. This was the point where the small child unleashed the hell demons. Alright. Getting the little robot to open the path for us. Oh, those two are absolutely gonna, like, eat that robot or something. Woohoo! Anyway, sorry, Lagmeister, I didn't mean to just, like, pick on your comment there. It's more just, a curious one to deconstruct, you know? Alright, thank you, tiny robot! Oh no! Oh, that's what they were trying to warn us about. Freedom always has a price. Yeah, F for tiny robot. What do we do now? I can't leave Flume like this. Alright, well, we'll look after it. Kestrel says, is Sonic a speedrun game? You do have to go fast. But no, like, joking aside, the reason why I referenced Sonic 3 is that, like, that game was dumb expensive back in the day. Like, no joke. And I was lucky enough to get it, but it took a lot, like, chores and birthday money coming together. And so I couldn't buy a bunch of games, so I played it and played it and replayed it. I feel that speedrunning definitely comes from that space. Now, going back, the thing about the Glover version, the speedrun preferred version getting pulled from ROM sites, because the main version has been licensed now, I think is a curious one. You know, there's a... I don't think this is necessarily the case for everyone, but I think a large number of people that get into speedrunning do it due to financial reasons, as well as the love of. Obviously, we do not condone piracy here on the Longship, and you know I'm vehemently anti-video game piracy. A lot of the speedrunning communities exist in and around ROMs and emulation, which is kind of a... I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good analogy for it. Like right now, a larger portion of the main beating heart games of speedrunning communities exist because companies either don't know they exist or turn a blind eye. But whenever we see like a big re-release of a title or the ilk, it's one step closer to companies having to crack down to protect their stuff. Like, I'm not saying, yay, go companies, you crush those, you know, those poor internet citizens who couldn't afford to buy new video games. But if you don't protect your game, you can lose it. And as someone who grew up through the some of the very, we'll say, wild times of the internet, especially the Pokemon games, the amount of times where those would get like emulated, launched on somebody's website, and it would have a shite load of just malware just sitting around just to wreck your stuff, steal your shit. God, over the years, I've seen so many adverts for so many Pokemon MMOs. And God, it was only really till, not Temtem, the other one that we had very recently, the off-brand Pokemon MMO, we actually started getting those kinds of games. Also, Draconic Dude, this is the thing. Emulation isn't cray. It is piracy. But no one's calling it. That's where it kind of sits. So, like, I was talking about this with Aperios yesterday. So, like, video game streaming is probably closer to a grey area in that there is the argument of, like, performative works. I should not be streaming video games without a license for them. However, the general acceptance of titles in the space is showing a shifting understanding from video game companies. But video game companies could still shut down a stream if they wanted to. Oh no, it was Temtem is the MMO one. Ooblets is the dancing vegetables one. Gotta get it all. Oh, and so Lagmeister, I hope you don't think again I was picking on your comments or anything about speedrunning games. It's more that there are games that end up being speedrun versus games where speedrunning is the focus. And it's those games where they have been made for speedrunning tend to be the ones that keel over. And Favor 6, it's less about like the dev's reaction, it's more about like the legalities of it. You know, Sega/Atlas can say you're not allowed to stream Persona 5. They can say that and they're legally within their rights. But a game that has had no comments, like this could be considered kind of a grey area if... And the discussion about transformative works is still ongoing. But with ROMs and emulation... you can make a copy yourself is the only defense that kind of keeps those old titles going, which was something that was removed in later generations. So, like, if you bought a Super Nintendo cartridge, you were within your rights to make a personal copy of it for yourself to keep, which I believe was in line with consumer rights, but because few to no people would have the hardware and the capabilities of copying cartridges, it wasn't considered a worry. Hey, you're getting slow in your old age, Lizzie. Thankfully, this game is paced at such a rate that I can just, take him out back and shoot him. I'm so sorry for how feckin' terrible the lighting is as well, friends. I will be looking at getting that sorted as soon as. I mean, Lagmeister, you can make an interesting discussion as to whether or not racing games are inherently speedrunning. I think that's fascinating. And adding support to an existing successful title for speedrunning is feckin' brilliant. But like, I'm trying to drag a few from my brain to remember, but there have been games released in recent memory where the whole premise is speedrunning. Ah, damn it! I'm in an anime again. Fuck. I'm sorry, friends. I haven't really cleaned up around the flat as much as I should have. I keep leaving anime all over the place. I'm so sorry. Yeah, and it seems to be like a 90s era anime as well. Alright, just brace and it'll be over before you know it. Oh, and Dari, I'll touch on that in a second as well. J-Boy said, wait, I might have seen this OVA. Now we're in the garden. But yeah, so Lagmeister, I will probably make myself a Sarnie in a sec. Now we've made it to this beautiful garden and try and remember a couple of those games that have pitched themselves as speedrunning games. And Dari was pointing out that games companies preventing streaming games has been a major problem for big VTuber companies. There was a point where Capcom forced the removal of HoloLive's talents' playthroughs of their games. Yes. And do I think that is a smart thing to do for a games company? Fuck no. However, it's one of those situations where those companies are within their rights. What I can say from my previous works is when I've been in indie teams, we would do what's called a blanket license, which is our website says that we allow the streaming and monetization of our games. Now, for Total War, we had a weird problem. And I don't know if this is the policy, but this was just the discussion that happened at the time, which was people want to stream the games. People want to make YouTube stuff. Oh, well, it was more YouTube at that point. Streaming was still the weird baby brother of YouTube. Imagine that. People want to make content around our games, and we want to allow that. However, what we want to do is we want to make sure that... Hey, Bobby, what's wrong? Talking about video games. What's up? Hello. You want to come say hello? Want to come say hello? It's alright, you can come in. Amos, come here, boy. Come here. Yes, hello, my boy. Hello, my boy. Want to say hello to the peoples? Want to say hello to the peoples? Yours? Can't see him. Of course, because he's right underneath. There we go. Look at that little face. You being a little sleepyhead? Being a little sleepyhead? You got to sleep loads, little bastard. Go say hi to your men. Where was I? I know, you're very cute. Because we had a video game based on real times in history and real nations, we wanted to make sure that nobody could create really nasty or xenophobic or like scary patriotic type content. And we needed a way to make sure that if people started using it for, as a backdrop to say horrible things, that we had some way of recourse. So initially we had like an instant, you sign up for a license, we give you a license kind of scenario. But that was a thing we could revoke if we needed. Now, no company wants to stop people from streaming their stuff, apart from some, I guess. But, it was a real concern that needed a real problem. Because, what if someone starts taking your video game and uses it as, uses its art style or its iconography for gross or nefarious purposes? Now, Dari Quill, I don't know how long ago the Capcom versus HoloLive thing happened. Capcom have been working out some very aggressive paid licensing for their titles, and I don't know who it is at Capcom that's pushing for all these things, but it is definitely an ill-advised maneuver. But it's one of those where sometimes companies can start seeing external content creation teams and being like, you are making millions of dollars off of just watching people just watching our games. There's with certain titles I can start to see there being some chagrin there. I tell you what, I want to keep talking on this one because I do think that the symbiotic relationship between content creation and video games is a fascinating one. And as someone who has been on literally both sides, I mean, shit. Showing your weird and interesting games is what literally keeps me alive. Well, okay, you lot keep me alive, and I hope the weird games I show you are worth your time. But I find this conversation topic fascinating because, there are whole swaths of content creation that couldn't exist without video games. And there are titles that wouldn't have made it if it wasn't for content creation. So, fucking yo, it's fascinating. But I am going to make myself a quick Sarnie because I forgot to have breakfast. And hopefully an injection of peanut butter Marmite Toasty will bring forth the synapses. Because I do want to touch on what Lagmeister was saying earlier with the speedrunning games. At least hopefully, anyway. Kestrel got dessert already? Yo. Oh, no. Kestrel, that's lovely of you to say. I do try and pick an interesting setup, Oh yeah, so Durry, we'll come back to those in a bit because I'd be very curious to hear. Okay, friendos, I'll be back in just a sec. And stammering, thank you for the bits, friend. Gives me a chance to have a snackage. Although, as a place to just hang out with Sarnie, this is pretty rad.
Oh, it's a sneaky cargo. Oh, what have you done?
Wolfcrad, thank you for the 100 as well. Draconic, I'm not sure to what you were referring. Titans, I don't know at what point the draft will kick off, but it'll be standard stream time, so like from noon Pacific. Probably getting into the drafting part around about 1 o'clock, maybe a little later. So interestingly, Dari was saying, for HoloLive to stream Elden Ring, each talent has to get approved for each stream a week in advance. Interesting. Like, because Elden Ring's published by Bandai Namco, right? Right? So that would put it in a very strange place. I'm trying to think why that would be. Perhaps it's that with something like Elden Ring, the loss of revenue if those streams got pulled would be very high. So they're trying to mitigate risk. Because Elden Ring certainly hasn't been cracking down on anyone streaming of it. So I wonder where that comes from. Again, it could be just covering asses. Interesting. Sorry, Dari was just adding that a lot of the Japanese publishers do stuff like that. Interesting. I mean, it's been very curious to see how streaming has taken off in different regions in the world and how it's been regarded. I definitely think that how Japan is viewed overseas streaming has been a very interesting one. Curious. I know, Lagmeister, I find this fascinating. If that is the case, I wasn't aware of it, and so I'm really fascinated to hear about it. And again, Derek, well, I'd want to know the specifics on that one, because there are things that publishers can do to not enforce but request. So, like, embargoes, for example, that's a very good equivalent example of publishers making requests, it's not something that they can necessarily enforce, but breaking it is a bad idea. So I do wonder, because what Dari was saying, there's some weird permissions with Resident Evil 8, where the English streamers could only stream the dubbed JP vocal. Now, do you mean English language individuals within the HoloLive space? Because if so, that probably came from a discussion with, the Japanese headquarters of Capcom. And because it wouldn't be to do with licensing. Like, sorry. There wouldn't be a reason why the English language voices had a different licensing agreement, because there's no way a games company would work with someone who only had regional licensing. Like, that's an expensive hellscape. So Phyllis, are they not offering you remote? They want you to move into the studio. Well, Relic's based out of Vancouver, right? I mean, that's just up the bloody road. Casual just adding, I hear Vancouver's nice. It is. And it's quicker to get to than Portland. Okay. Sorry, Phyllis was saying that while they have the option for remote in other countries, it's limited to contractors, and contractors don't get full access for liability reasons. I mean, Vancouver's pretty rad. See, Dari, and this is the fascinating thing of deconstructing this is, so I see, like, Japanese companies have in the past sent, like, mass takedown strikes of companies that have done content without talking to them. So that is fascinating. Okay, so Book, that's fascinating, but that's always a big old gamble. So Book was saying that in regard to NDAs, well, no, you mean embargoes, but yeah, that Laura K. Buzz managed to get hold of Pokemon Arcturus in advance without going through Nintendo, so she wasn't obligated to follow the calendar release reviews. Yes, but here's the thing about breaking embargo. Unless you've got a very, very good reason, or you really were like left out of everything, breaking embargo is something that you can do once, maybe twice in your career. Because here's what happens. You go early. Every other publication that went through Nintendo will still have to wait. So that means every big publication, every big media site, content creator will be going to their Nintendo contact and being like, yo, what the hell? How come X, Y, and Z got to go early? And in some regards, that means that the other sites will just go early anyway. And it can create a whole fucking... a whole palaver. And so all that ire and chagrin that you have generated for the poor Nintendo reps who were supposed to be handling this, they're gonna remember that. Right, for us, we'd get small sites try and break embargo to get the lion's share of hits, and they get blacklisted for it. Because they'd make our lives fucking hellish. And the whole point of NDAs is to give everybody a fair shot, right? So that, you know, it's not just all the small sites getting ruffle stomped by IGN time and time again. So yeah. But if you're successful enough, independent enough, or you can make a case to that you didn't know, or that you were left out of the loop, that's another matter. But in those regards, if you do end up doing that, I wouldn't say have a sacrificial lamb ready, but, you know, if a guy at the shifty GameStop sells you a game, you know, a week and a half early, you might have to inform the world where it came from, lest you be brought upon its ire. Breaking embargo for a publication can be a real mess because, who was it? Yeah, Bethesda bore a grudge against a couple of sites for like 1,000 years. Oh, and Aperius, I did see that. It's like a visual novel prequel. And I feel as I can definitely say, as someone who has travelled abroad, lived abroad, it's absolutely worth it if you get the chance. Even though, like, it's only like 2.5 hours up, it would still be rad, you know? Has anyone seen any additional gameplay stuff on Ghostwire Tokyo? Sorry to change the topic again. Welcome to Will's Drifty Potato Tuesday special. But I got real worries about Ghostwire Tokyo. Alrighty. 2 paths, 2 doors. 2 adventures. Alright, mechanics for later. We could just hang out in this pretty little forest for a while. Lagmeister says they're far too intrigued by PS5 games these days. Is that bad because they have a PS5? I mean, how much Returnal can you play? Big tower, big burb. Now, Stammering, was Horizon Forbidden West just released on PS5? And the reason I asked that is I haven't actually checked the platforms it's available on. But it has been fascinating to see how the last two... how both of the Horizon releases have shared a launch window with something massive. Like, love it or loathe it, your title going to bat against Breath of the Wild, oh boy, that's a hard sell. And this time sharing a launch window with Elden Ring, no. Wait, what last time? Yeah. We have now gained... the illuminated backgrounds there are gorgeous. We have now gained triangle power. Oh, fucking... Back in there! There we go. Curious. Very curious. Let me have a look-see, because I have not been of the... Wait, are you talking about the PS2 title? God. God, I hadn't encountered that in a long time. It was. I am glad they tried it. It was a very curious title. I mean, I'd already come off games like Front Mission 3 and stuff like that, so this was a bit twee in comparison, for lack of a better term. So, sometimes when going through lovely games, we do need to look at their failings to appreciate their beauty. This game needs to have all of its dialogue taken out. And I feel that is a very mean thing to say because someone was on this specifically as a writer. But this line right here is, I guess, one of the examples of how to do this wrong. I know it comes back to such a simple trope as show don't tell, but if the character has to tell me the beauty, the broken beauty of the place we're in, like, I can't progress until I acknowledge this character's dialogue. And I don't know what it is about that ruffles my jimmies right there, but I guess I dislike being told how to feel in a beautiful environment.
This place has a broken beauty! Excuse me! Excuse me, I see you going through the garden of wee broken beauty! Let me fucking tell you how to feel!
You don't have to, you've already done it! You kind of... Bagpipes McSubtext. It's not subtext! If you say it, it's just text. Sorry. It's been a bugbear of mine since we started playing this, and I find myself really wanting to just sit in these gorgeous environments and spend some time there, because it's beautiful. You know, when the light catching those flowers we're coming through as we're climbing over broken pieces of statues. You don't need to tell me of the broken beauty of this place because I can see it. And I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't have write in your game. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't have writers. But there are other ways and means of conveying these feelings. You know? Let's go get the feckin'. I guess we've got to push the box onto the platform or something. Yes. Don't worry, everybody. I've interpreted the art for you, so you don't have to worry about it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So there's a limit to what we can do with these speedy jump pads. All right. No, get off the fucking rope! I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards. Yeah. I guess there's a mistaken idea that when creating titles like this that they are simple or easy to put together. Pera says, question, would it work better as a word prompt? That did work very well for Eulogy... Was it Eulogy of a Dying World? Eulogy of a Broken Planet? The poetry game we did. But in that situation, it was... We were given limited tools to express what we thought of the environment. So in that situation, we were given a story. Pop 2 in here. Hey, Bobby. No, I've got to do it the way the puzzle says. Okay. You're all right, my boy. You're all right. Oh. Hey everyone. Maybe killing this will help. Actually see something. Amos, you're fine, mate. No. You're fine. You're okay. Welcome to my life. Personal agency, not today! Yes, it's very hard. You're okay. You're okay. No, he's, I think Fiona's gone out and hasn't said anything, so he's looking for her and he can't find her. So now it's like, yo, what the hell? You're all right. No whinging. I'm sorry, friends. Let's get this. You're fine! Hey, Crystallian, how's it going? And J Post, thank you for throwing in 100. You are fine. Welcome to my life. Oh, way cool. Crystallian was saying that busy day at work, they would go early and things have calmed down. Yeah. I mean, aside from the little excitement you saw there with Amos, things have been very quiet here. Although I did accidentally get stoned out of my gourd.
It's okay, Amos. It's okay. She'll be back. You're not alone. You're still loved. Good boy.
Let's see what he's doing. It's that whole thing of quietness. Oh, he's staring out into the great beyond. But Fearless, thank you for the 200. And Bacon, that's lovely of you to say. That's lovely of you to say.
For what it's worth, I would still watch even if the stream was you just giving Amos belly rubs.
There may have to be some days of that. But it's more a case of like he's going to be stressed until Fiona returns. Like that's just it is what it is. You know what? I think I'm just gonna take a breath and a beat. I'm just gonna chat with your lovely selves for a sec. See my dark face in shade. Because it's fucking. Whoever the spooky ghost was as well. Sorry, and Crux, thank you. Amos, you're fine. Come here, Bobby. Come here. Come here. Stop being a dickhead. Come here. I do swear at the dogs. I love them with all my heart, but I do swear at them. A train has begun.
Amos train.
Amos is not assisting right now. Bobby, come here. Amos, with me. Come on, we've done this. We've done doggy training. With me. Good boy. Touch. Good touch. Yes, good boy. Oh, there's the train taking it all up. All right. Go for. All right. Touch. Good touch. Paw. All right, it counts. Oh, mate. Scratch me up. Oh.
Dogger training refresher train.
Sorry, where are my manners? Fearless, Bacon, all of you. Thank you. Like, I don't know. I'm trying so hard not to sound contrite right now. Like, I am very, very grateful for you all. And I don't just mean that through. Yeah. Okay. Perios was asking if I'd seen Have a Nice Death had launched into early access today. I saw some brief moments of you playing it. How did it treat you? Oh, and Perios, it's time for you to say, with everything going down, I do feel it exceptionally bad whinging, you know? sorry to tap out during midway through a train. I just need a couple of seconds. I will be back with you all in just a moment. I'm so sorry about this. I am very sorry for not being there for that. Like, trains are absolutely one of the biggest things that keep stuff going, and I'm sorry, friends. Like, my mental health has been in the absolute shitter for the last few days, and like I had a great evening with everybody on Saturday night, but oh boy, if that wasn't like full tier post-week manic. And yeah, yesterday getting myself so fucking stoned that I wasn't feeling like the mad stress pressure of everything going on right now. And I think this game is testing. Well, see, Lizzie, but that's the thing, like, I say don't apologise for it. It's not your responsibility as a group to look after my mental health. I'm supposed to be looking after me. And the large amount of stuff that, like, around the stream is now getting to the point where it's affecting the time we spend together. Like, I said this kind of like last time I had, like, a big old breakdown before the Brothers Fabuloso, which the amount of friendos that DM'd me afterwards and were like, yo, that was really uncomfortable to watch. I'm trying not to bring that in, but, like, the thing is, if I don't start bucking up, we might lose this, you know? Like, this place still isn't up to snuff. Moving to the earlier times has been great because there's so many more people getting to hang out with, but this whole setup fucking sucks. You know, this room is still in a half state of disarray, but I never get any time to work on it. Like, right now, everything else happens so much that, like, I don't even get to start working on sending emails or doing preparation for this until like midnight, and that's every day with occasional breaks. I was going to take a mental health day before, like, I think at the beginning of February, and then Fiona lost her job, and it just, so basically all the compounded stuff from like November, beginning of December has just kept going through. And the thing that sucks is that I can't seem to find anybody to talk to about this stuff except for in moments like this. So I'm trying not to use this as a space to vent at you all. It is not your responsibility. You know, you all put so much time and money into keeping me going. My job here is to be either a banterful second screen or to show you some interesting stuff. But I tell you, like, outside of the actually being here, everything else is a fucking disaster right now. Like, GDC is like 2 weeks away. And, like, I am barely prepared. And Aperios, you know what? Setting up the space isn't a bad shout. It's just what needs to happen involves, like, a lot of banging, a lot of moving of boxes, which is audibly obnoxious. But that isn't a bad shout. Lizzie, all your DMs are usually shark related, so I only open them when I'm in a good mental state. And caffeine, Lizzie, caffeine, it is lovely to offer up on DMs and stuff like that, but like caffeine, I don't even get to the point where I can start thinking until, like, you know, again, like 11 o'clock midnight. So sorry, I don't mean to put this all on you all, and I'm trying not to just, hey, enjoy all my shit nonsense. But, like, this game isn't awful. It's got a terrible habit of trying to tell us what we're feeling. So bring it back here. It's got a terrible habit of trying to tell us what we're feeling, and it's doing that classic thing of, like, learn by play, which I really enjoy. But I find that I'm angry at it. Like, I'm mad at this game. I hate that it didn't let us experience this and felt the need to tell us on the nose. I'm having a much more visceral reaction to it. And it's like, it's definitely a setup. But the problem is I'm not trying to bait people or trying to kick off stuff, but things have gotten very, very quiet, which isn't too unusual, but
Damn it, Will, physician, heal thyself. Human man is a place, and while it's not our responsibility, it may be considered a privilege to many to those who call you friend, just saying.
Oh, Bacon, thank you. But it's just that thing of like, I've got to make some drastic changes to my life, otherwise this will end up exploding. And it won't be due to anyone's fault but mine. And I'm sorry, friends. It's bizarre that it is easier for me to talk in this space than in other shots. I mean, so like, we had a whole squad of people hanging out Saturday night after the stream, but you know what? I wanted to just not. I didn't want to unburden all of the stuff. I wanted to have a bevy and just be a person, because I don't get to do that very often. You know, I had Friendo, I went for coffee walks like me, Fiona, and Friendo, and it's like, yeah, Quasi, I'm so sorry, I don't mean to, like I said, I'm so sorry for just, what? But, like, this game being a bit shit, and the thing is, it's not. Why is this causing such a visual reaction? You know, I'll admit it, I am scared, friends. And I'm sorry it's coming across, because that's not how you fix problems. You fix problems by hitching up your pants and working. But, you know, I am scared that these are the last days of Longship. And I'm not trying to tell you that to ask. I'm not asking for anything. Please don't throw stuff in, because that's not why I'm telling you. I'm just, you know. And I can chart where it all went downhill. I can literally chart where it went, and it's shit that I should have sorted, or hopefully I can still fix, but I haven't yet. So the fear is real. So I'm sorry. I don't mean to burden you all with this. Like I said, I've just been real fucking lonely, you know? So again, I apologise for just what? But this is a space I do feel I can talk, you know? And if it does, okay, and if it does mean that the Longship has come to a close, then fuck me, we had a great 3, almost 4 years. And none of that, you know, those memories don't go away. And Aperios, I'm not saying I disagree, it's just, like, if this keels over, I will need to sort things very quickly. Like, the streams will dry up, maybe we'll be lucky to get 1 a week, if that. And then, once that dries up, people will start filtering away to other discords. It's a natural conclusion to a community. The problem about being a CM is knowing the real truth of it. We've all been in MMO guilds that, you know, people are like, oh, well, we'll stop with the weekly raiding, but we'll still stay together. No one stays together. Yeah, I'm just... Lagmeister and people like that, I'm much better at helping others than helping myself. An eternal quandary. I mean, Crystallian, we certainly wouldn't stop being friends. I know we talked about this in the past with, like, the back and forth of the difference between, like, digital social friendships and, like, parasocial friendships and things like that. I'm sorry the fear keeps getting the better of me. You know? Because we've had this in the past. You know, there's been times where the Longship has gotten real quiet and it gets real scary. And so what I do is I work hard and I try and come up with things. I try and, I don't know, do stuff. You know, find some feckin' sellout company. Actually, no. All the sponsorships we've done have been feckin' rad. But I don't have time to do those right now. And I'm feeling that so acutely. I'm sorry, I'm throwing it all on you all. But you'd be amazed, like, when you try and talk to people about this stuff in the real, they just tend to go, "Oh, don't worry about it," or "Oh, it's just you're just worrying. It's fine." It's just that. Sometimes you need a friendly ear, and sometimes you need the time to fix it, fight it. Yeah. So again, I'm sorry to unburden all of this on you. And Dreamer, how is your day going? Okay, but the litany against fear works against, like, irrational or mortal fears. Like, real money fears sadly cannot be avoided by going by mantras. Oh, the Dreamer, thing is, I don't know right now. That's the thing. I cannot say for sure that we are in trouble. Like, and that's where the general fear is coming from. I won't really know until, like, end of this week, maybe next week, if we're in trouble. Like, February was crickets, and that's very understandable considering everything that's going on, right? But it's just usually I can buckle down and work to get this done. Like, this isn't burnout. In fact, the only reason that I probably haven't gone off the deep end to lally tap is because of this. And I don't just mean that in a fiscal sense. Like, I love doing this. This is the only part of my life I have any agency at all. And I have such great times hanging out with all of you lot. I love our conversations. I love it when we crack into weird games or new games, or, like, I mean, fucking hell, Sea of Thieves. As AAA as they come, but fuck me running if we haven't been having a great time. And seeing all of you lot coming back into it. Like, it's so good. But it's just this kind of thing of, like, when the stream's over, when it cuts, like, when it's done, I have no personal agency. Like, that's just gone. And I make these grand lists of things I'm trying to do and trying to work towards, and it doesn't. Yeah. There's a few people that I would usually be kind of talking to about this, but honestly, like, aside from the individual that came out for coffee, like, everyone else is coming up crickets. Like, my usual squad of lovely peoples. So, yeah, Edwin, no, I'm sorry to throw the heavy talk at you. And friends, I apologize for going into this space. It does help. And I am not, like, you ain't done with me until the wheels fall off. It's just... Yeah, the Dreamer, it's definitely not a unique to me thing. If the world could chill the feck out, and that would be lovely for a bit. Yeah, so I'm sorry. Amos, you are fine, mate. Hey Clank, how's it going? No, Caffeine. Amos is waiting for Fiona to get home, and is having a general whinge about it, or he just wants attention. So yeah, I'm sorry to trap this in. I realised as I was playing this section that I was getting angry. Not frustrated, not, alright, this is how we're going to work this out, but mad. When do I ever get, like, legit angry at games? Not the frustration hilarity, but like the, I want to alter for this game and I want to uninstall it from someone else's computer. That's rare. So yeah, those are my current. There we go.
All hail the Black Void.
No Black Void for you.
That game. Oh, it was just one little final feck you. Yeah, Vanderbeest, the game did take exception to being closed. Oh. If you can see like the Animu style steam lines coming off me, that is repressed rage.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Back up. God damn it. Crux, thank you for throwing in the 200. And to the bad word that gifted over to the Black Void. Feckin' terrors. Feckin' terrors a lot of years. Look, friends, like I said, I'm now giving up, and I'm going to fight tooth and nail to keep us together as a space. So, please don't take my inane ramblings like I'm out, and I'm very grateful that you'll put up with me just word vomiting at you all then. And who knows, maybe this is just I've just got this hangover from the weekend of existential dread. I'll kick ass, and then you'll be able to fucking laugh at me on Longship Day, being like, "Yeah, remember when you thought it was fecked?" And then I'll begrudgingly admit that. Lagmeister, I actually have dental insurance now, but I've not had time to finish doing the paperwork, so I'm not actually sure where my dentist is. I actually have insurance now, which I got finally sorted just as everything's gone sideways, so I feel like a right dingleberry. Sorry, but... Anyway. Well, to Hannah, hello and Watto and welcome. You know what, Bacon? You're right, you're still here. And despite my whingings, I am sturdier than I look. And yeah, Crystallian for some lo-fi Song of Storms. Although there's I think it's annoyingly called Thunderstruck, so it's very hard to find, but there's a Big Giant Circles cover of Song of Storms, which is like one of the most like epic tub thumping bangers. I love it. And here's a spot of good news. So, one of my favourite gigs every year with at GDC is returning, and MC Frontalot's going to be playing it. So, I didn't get to see... Well, I chose not to see Frontalot play during PAX West because I was being very, very careful. I mean, I'm still going to be careful here, but well, good to see some cool peoples.
Fan of knives, but cutting out the Twitch middleman.
Fucking go! Well, I was absolutely not fishing for anything, friends. Fearless. Sincerely, thank you. All right. Like the house cardboards are iconic, but that helps a whole bunch. So thank you. And yeah, the dreamer, the dramatic duck. You know, I have tried to find a replacement for the dramatic duck, and every time I find something, I add it and go, nah, that's not as cool. Crux says the last time I saw Front was KOLCon? I don't know it, but okay. Perios, no! God, it's been ages since I've seen Front. I think I saw one of the early Four Horsemen tours, which was him, Megaran, Schaefer the Dark Lord, and is it MC Chris? No, MC Lars. One of the mooks. And it's very, very good. Oh, there's a Kingdom of Loathing convention? Huh. That's pretty dope. I wasn't aware of that. Oh. So look, again, I'm sorry for unburdening a lot on you all, and I can't believe out of all the games that managed to prop like a visceral reaction from me, it was this one. And that's again probably more due to myself than anything else. I had a certain expectation of what today was going to be, and I don't know, I guess I needed this game to just let us experience it. And it didn't know if it wanted to sit between being a surreal narrative game or if it wanted to be a very direct story game. It's very curious that the pain points of this were not things it lacked, but things that could have been taken out. Like, it almost feels like they didn't have enough faith in their environmental storytelling and felt the need to have, like, direct dialogue. So things like, our character was supposed to be the heart of the tower, as we're told in the introduction. But thinking about it, we were told very clearly, like, our character's intent and interactions, putting it in a strange situation where we were told wholesale what their thoughts and feelings on things were, removing any kind of mysticism around what it is to be the heart of the tower. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so friendos, I'm gonna go make a cup of tea, and I don't think it would be a terrible idea to bring our adventures to close for today. Like, tomorrow we've got Hades, and I'm gonna get my dumb ass back on track. Like I said, I ain't done with you. I ain't done with you lot yet. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. And on the plus side, like, the happy way of looking at it is I don't want to be done. You know? Oh, it's so many games I want to go through with you all. So many conversations, so many concepts. Someone asked me if I wanted to, like, someday make a video game with you lot. And I'm like, shit, yeah, that was always the plan. I'm not ready to be done. So I promise I'm gonna buck up my stupid brain, throw myself in the shower or something, and kick my ass in gear. I'm gonna beast this month. I'm gonna flex on everybody at GDC, being like, ugh! And then you lot can laugh at me for how at the beginning of March I was like, ah, we're all doomed. We're all doomed. We're doomed. I know. As the supposed captain of this little ship, I should have a little bit more of a command. But, you know, even I get got by the brain spiders sometimes, you know. What I will say, friendos, is if I am playing any games by my lonesome, it's going to be Wolfstride. And I know we did I think we did 2 days on this. We did 1 day or 2 days. You need this game in your life. Yes, it has a visual novel style narrative, but that's fully VO'd, and oh boy, does that make a difference for me. But you know what? Like, I'm starting to get into the meat of this game, and it's incredible. What's fascinating about it is going off, compared to what we've got today, so that is a game so far with so much more dialogue and like written and spoken words, and yet is still managing to do the show don't tell. Like, how many hours in am I? I am 21 hours into the game. Now, admittedly, you could probably shave about 10 hours off of that for me. Okay, call it 8 hours. We'll call it 12 hours. Shave 12 hours off. Because I did a lot of grinding, which I did enjoy. Like, it's only at this point they're really starting to even address that there are plot points. Like, we're given these characters, and as they represent a lot of archetypes that we understand, they don't go too much further in, you know. Himbo pilot, you know, shady manager with a tragic backstory, you know, the grizzled mechanic. Like, these are archetypes we know from media, and the game is still content to unfurl it to us. You know, we're only really starting to understand the motivations and reasonings behind this group of misfits becoming a mech squad. Well, I should say a mech pilot and team. And feck me running. It is so good. Like, what was it? I managed to win one fight so hard that it said, "The spirit of boxing burns within. Knife will spend the rest of the night watching Golden Era anime." I love it. I love it. And Lawrence, how are you doing this afternoon? Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Like, both myself and Lizzie had, little pinged DMs, but we couldn't view them. So I just had to just be constantly reminded that I had been DM'd on Discord with nothing to do about it. An alleged Watto friend. It has been a day. It is a day. But tomorrow we're back on Hades. And friends, I will put the schedule up on Discord now that it's running. So we'll have the full capacity. So the things to know about, and I'll try and add events for them this evening. So on Saturday, we are just going to make a private Paburpiga server and just play along with everybody. The game's free at the moment, but it does have an obnoxious mandatory training session. So that's the flip side. But if you want to just come hang out with us, we're going to do our usual kind of longship mode, which is improvised teams and no murdering people until the blue circle starts. Bayonot will say, "What game? I didn't count that. Paburpiga. You know, that well-known..." Sorry, it's a joke I stole from Rock, Paper, Scissors. Oh, and Steam maintenance is happening, so I can't even bring you the feckin'... Oh, yeah. Alright. So, friends, now that Discord is back up, keep an eye on there. I'll get the schedule for the week up. Also, next Saturday is the Gundam draft, so I'll start making the teams list. If you want to take part in the Gundam draft but can't make it for Saturday the 19th, I completely understand. Feel free to nominate a long Shipian to pick in your stead. But we should have the draft list available before then. And if you wonder how we're going to pick teams, so basically everybody rolls for initiative. We then create a drafting list from that, and then people take turns picking their teams. But that is just shy of 2 weeks away, so you've got plenty of time. Because the week after the Gundam draft, I'm in Jeddah, sir. No, see, Lagmeister, when it's at sea, it's press gang. Vanderbeest's like, I rolled a 2! You don't have to roll yet. You're fine. Oh, lordy, lordy. Captain Steph says, can we trade? You know what? If both people agree, you know what? That's fine. I mean, currently there are no prizes. And friends, the draft is just the start of this. So if there are leftover teams, people might be able to jump in, but we won't even be doing... Yeah, we won't even be doing the contest until June. So you will have plenty of months to pick your Gundam, build your Gundam, paint your Gundam, do whatever it is you want that's going to happen. Vanderbeest is like, I'm sorry, I rolled.
Roll 2 die 4. Rattle wait, how did you roll a 1? 1 rolled under the couch.
We did used to have a house rule, which is that if you couldn't find the dice after it landed, so long as it wasn't a single D20 roll, you just didn't get it, to stop people doing like mad batshit rolls across the table. Okay, so friendos, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close tonight. Thank you so much for listening to me ramble on and vent. And before I started fishtailing this afternoon, the conversations were feckin' grand. It was fascinating to learn about the Japanese content creation scene, and we got through the whole day without having to hear about people's feelings on the current hot button topics. So go us. Count that as a winner. Yeah, well, Captain Steph will from the start of next week, we'll start asking, seeing if people want to really get into it. If you know anybody who'd be down for doing some Gundam builds, feck yo. Another one of those grand things. What I really wanted to do was make a fake G Gundam recruitment video, but that's not going to happen. So I'm just going to start annoying people and being like, yo! Okay, so friendos, I'm going to roll credits in just a second, but I hope you take my little ramblings today not as a woe is me, or more that I'm glad I can talk to you all, and I promise you all I'm gonna keep working and keep fighting. You know? I'm not ready to be done with this. I'm really not. I don't wanna not hang out with you every day. That would suck. So I'm gonna shadow box my way through the rest of the afternoon. But regardless, you lot are fecking excellent, and you've been so good to me. Lovely Mother Hubbards. Alright. These are the people I would like to thank directly today. Edwin, you are entirely welcome. Thank you for coming and hanging out, and I do mean that. Fearless, yours shall be the Yaldum. What will you do with it? Tomorrow, we'll find out. Fearless Son, thank you for throwing in that cash. It's a big help, mate. It really is. To Bacon Avenger, Crux, and Vanderbeast. But wait, no, it's doing it wrong. Okay, so Caffeine, Lizzie, Moose. Thank you kindly. It killed all the stuff from the previous one because this credit system is bad. Will punches Streamlabs in the gob. There's another thing I want to get rid of, but I haven't had time to bloody do it. Okay, so Bacon, Crux, Vanderbeast, Villasun, obviously. J-Post, Wolfcrad, Stammering, Favor 6, Asari Greenfire, Shackle Draconis, Quasi, XD Johnny XP, Dory, C222. To all of your lovely selves, just fucking thank you, alright? I know, like I said, bits the biggest thing still that keeps going. Bits and donations, so whether it was just a handful of things into the pint or 200, like, it does add up, and I'm very fucking grateful for it. Okay? Here's the other reminders. So the bundle for Ukraine is still up. Not that it would have been taken down, that was a weird way to phrase it. It's nearly raised $2 million for non-military charities that will go to help all the shit that's going down right now. And if you want to be a complete mercenary about it, there's a bunch of cracking games in there, so it's absolutely worth your fucking time, friends. Right. So I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your evening. And for tomorrow, you get me on Hades. We'll go we'll make our problems Dad's problems. Have a lovely rest of your night. Lord Lost and Found, I will try and get on Discord, but I can't promise that right now. But I really appreciate it, friend. I know. So, Crux, when you said snipe, did you mean just the pint glass? Because Fearless has absolutely commanded that one. And yeah, Captain Steph, hot gods in your local area. Oh. Maybe we should do a Hades tiering list once we're done. Like, from please leave me alone all the way up to like S tier thirst. Okay, friends, have a lovely rest of your afternoon, and I'll see you tomorrow.